हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयों एंड भाइयों के बहनों। अब वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना प्यारा सा गेम वैलोरेंट का वॉच पार्टी वीसीटी वॉच पार्टी के साथ। जी हाँ, आज हम करेंगे वीसीएसए स्प्लिट 2 की वॉच पार्टी। भाई आज से VCSA 2025 स्प्लिट 2 शुरू हो रहा है। बहुत ही मतलब एक्साइटेड हूँ भाई कि कैसा कैसा जाने वाला है। रोस्टर चेंजेस हुए हैं, टीम चेंजेस हुए हैं, नई टीम्स आई है, 2 नई टीम्स आई है जो स्प्लिट 1 में नहीं थे। एक टीम, 2 टीम्स नहीं है ऑब्वियसली। तो बहुत ही धमाकेदार होने वाला है। वेलकम एवरीवन। अभी से हमारा VCSA स्प्लिट 2 2025 का जर्नी शुरू होता है। लेट्स गो, लेट्स सी व्हाट लाइक मे द बेस्ट टीम विन। सो चलते हैं, बट जाने से पहले आप लोग बताइए कैसे हो आप सब, कैसा गया आप सभी का दिन। अगर अच्छा नहीं गया तो रंगीन रुक आ चुका है आप सभी का शाम, रात और रात रंगीन बनाने। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के टोटोस, कैसे हो कैसे हो गैस। देखो मैच अभी अभी आई गेस जस्ट स्टार्ट हुआ है, ठीक है। एक सेकंड। हम्म। So
that's going to give the position away as ball, even the teleport comes into play. And what was that? Velocity getting stopped in their tracks. Now it's a 1-on-2. Well, make it a 1v1. Madeline, the man's absolutely heroic. He does have the recon.
चलो टुकवे पे हो रही है इस बार। नाइस
Madeline
नाइस,
will take the cake.
वेरी वेरी नाइस।
A nice 3K to close things off for Madeline. And Velocity wins that round.
भाई
Purely off of heroics of
आप लोगों को तो पता ही है,
Goodness, Asterisk did everything right in the
आप लोगों को तो पता ही है कि वेलोसिटी स्प्लिट 1 में डोमिनेट की थी। लाइक इतना डोमिनेशन कि भाई डोमिनेट भी शर्मा जा डमारा, तो भाई बिंग डमारा। सॉन्ग मास्टर भाई आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हो। हार्ट आया है नया, बुलेट 1 आया है। हाय, आपकी रील फुल एस्थेटिक बट स्ट्रीम पुअर है। अच्छा अच्छा, बट थैंक यू सॉन्ग मास्टर भाई फॉर द काइंड वर्ड्स। मैं ओल्ड हूँ भाई, भूल गए कि भाई आपने फिर नाम चेंज किया होगा ऐसा कुछ, या आप रेगुलर नहीं आते होगे यार, ऐसा कुछ भी कुछ हुआ होगा। क्योंकि मैं अपने व्यूअर्स को इजीली भूलता नहीं हूँ। लाइक जो आते हैं ऑन अ रेगुलर बेसिस, नॉट रेगुलर मतलब हर दिन नहीं, बट एटलीस्ट हफ्ते में एक आध बार आते तो मेरे को पता चल जाता है कि हाँ भाई अपने, तो शायद से तो माफ कीजिएगा मैं अगर आपको याद नहीं रखा हूँ तो। बट वेलकम वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हो। स्ट्रीम पुअर है भाई। स्ट्रीम पे ऐसा क्या हमें करना चाहिए आप बताओ। लाइक 2K पे स्ट्रीम करता, आई डोंट नो कि इस लेवल पे मेरे मेरे मतलब इस जो लेवल पे मैं हूँ उस लेवल पे कोई स्ट्रीमर 2K पे स्ट्रीम करता भी होगा। आई डोंट नो, बट अगर आप कुछ सजेस्ट कर सकते तो मैं उसको बेटर कर सकता हूँ। आप बताओ क्या क्या पुअर लग रहा है आपको, ज़रा बताना हमको। माइक की क्वालिटी, साउंड क्वालिटी, या व्हाट व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज पुअर, जिससे आप ये स्टेटमेंट दिए।
Version for Asterix, but still, you never know. We have seen a lot of these economical rounds converted by the instantly fall apart. Let's get Rossi catching
नहीं
the
नहीं,
ball.
ओल्ड हूँ, डेली आता हूँ, बट साइलेंट व्यूअर। अच्छा, ऐसा
Why now VLT's got a
ऐसा
lot of
बात।
map control available. Even the
डार्क थीम वाला लाइक अभी तो सनलाइट आ रही है, तो वो तो अच्छी बात है ना मेरे भाई। अब दिन में स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, अब जब रात में स्ट्रीम करते हैं तो हम पूरा नाइट वाइब्स रखते हैं अपन, पूरा डार्क रूम, पीछे एक अलग ग्लो लाइट, सामने अलग लाइट्स, ठीक है। जब डे लाइट पे हम स्ट्रीम करते हैं तो ये करते हैं ब्रो। हमेशा एक ही चीज को हम थोड़ी ये करेंगे, यही चीज तो बदलनी है ब्रो। ये हर चीज में रहती है, एक गेम लोग एक ही गेम खेलते रहेंगे वो भाई, हर चीज में वैसा थोड़ी होता है मेरे भाई। अगर एक चीज अच्छी लग रही है तो ऐसा नहीं है कि दूसरी चीज अच्छी नहीं लगी।
And it all fell
अब
down.
डे लाइट पे स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, मैं डे लाइट पे भी कर्टन्स लगा के वो ये वाइब्स दूंगा, तो क्या पॉइंट है ब्रो।
He went out there.
फिर रात का स्ट्रीम करना और अभी का स्ट्रीम करना, कुछ तो अलग होना चाहिए ना, कुछ तो अलग दिखना चाहिए ना मेरे भाई।
There was a big gap up all the
वो
way.
गेम्स में भी बीजीएमआई, वैलोरेंट, बस यही चलती है। हाँ, यही खेलते हैं भाई हम तो, कोई और गेम नहीं खेलेंगे, इसीलिए इंडिया आगे नहीं है गेमिंग कम्युनिटी, गेमिंग सीन में।
And there was a judge in the
और थोड़ा कलर ग्रेडिंग।
rifle, so he
अच्छा
dropped the pit.
अच्छा
And after
अच्छा।
that, he picked up a
हाँ,
perfect
अच्छा,
shot.
टाइम आउट है ये, मेरे को लगा टेक्निकल पॉज आ गया।
Yeah, they had
कलर ग्रेडिंग, कलर ग्रेडिंग इन द सेंस
to say.
भाई
Velocity are not winning the round.
देखो, कलर ग्रेडिंग का तभी इफेक्टिव होगा जब मैं वेबकैम मिररलेस या कोई डीएसएलआर यूज कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है। लाइक नॉर्मल वेबकैम्स जो आते हैं, अपन ये वाले जो अच्छे क्वालिटी के वेबकैम्स ही यूज करता हूँ मैं, लॉजिटेक का यूज करता हूँ, उससे बेटर तो किया ही है वेबकैम्स में। बट जो डीएसएलआर या कैमरा को एज अ वेबकैम यूज करते हैं, उनको कलर ग्रेडिंग पे ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव मिलता है, ज़्यादा इफेक्ट दिखता है। सो इस पे करके कोई पॉइंट नहीं है, उल्टा और क्वालिटी खराब होगा। बट आपकी रील में एस्थेटिक आती है तो अच्छा रहता है, आफ्टर एज यू विश। भाई रील में एस्थेटिक आती है क्योंकि वो वीडियो है ब्रो, ये लाइव स्ट्रीम्स है, वीडियो 4K पे उठती है, वीडियोस 4K पे शूट होती है, 4K 30 FPS पे शूट होती है, समझ रहे हो। अगर आपको FPS का डिफरेंस पता होगा तो कैमरा 30 FPS पे नहीं चलता है, ये जो है ये वाला वेबकैम 30 FPS पे नहीं चलते हैं। 30 FPS पे चलेगा ना तो मैं
And that's where VLT are going. So
ऐसा दिखूंगा,
probably a free site for
समझ रहे हो। तो आपको रील वाली वाइब्स तो मिलेगी ही नहीं पहली बार स्ट्रीम पर, और अगर आपको रील वाली थोड़ी सी वाइब्स चाहिए तो आप हर दिन आके नाइट के स्ट्रीम्स देखा करो भाई। और आप बोल रहे हो कि अगर आप रेगुलर व्यूअर हो तो आपको पता होगा कि मैं रात में कैसे वाइब्स के साथ स्ट्रीम करता हूँ मेरे भाई।
In that position, he could not really do a lot since it
ठीक
was
है।
a one and done position at the start. Asterix now left with 4 players, and yes, it's time to play the take as well. Velocity is already primed with their positions too. And look at Madeline, the man's just ready for a flank as well.
बट थैंक यू फॉर द सजेशन, मैं देखूंगा क्या कर सकता हूँ। लाइक मैं थोड़ा सा देख ही रहा हूँ कि मेरे को मैं कैमरे का कुछ कर सकूँ, बस मेरा जो DSLR था वो चोरी हो गया। तो अभी मैं एक मिररलेस कैमरा लेने का सोच रहा हूँ, बट अभी थोड़ा सा प्राइसियर रेंज, मतलब कॉस्टली रेंज में है अच्छे वाले, तो लेट्स सी।
Velocity still having the man advantage and also better weaponry inside of the fight, and that's why they
अगर
advantage, and just like that.
if time and God forbids then we will buy one day,
dealt by us.
बहुत जल्द।
I have to say, only 2 weaponry is being carried forward for the next one too. That is going to keep the economy of VLT humble. I'm liking what they're trying to pull, and
इंस्टाग्राम पे मैं लिंक डाल देता हूँ, 1 सेकंड गैस रुको।
this could have been a very big surprise for Madeline as well. They might not have even lost the Viper there, gained a weaponry. The numbers and back onto their default yet again though. Couple of players towards the A, coming in mid.
Valorant Esports।
VLT, they want to burst out all the way towards the A side.
Yeah, they've got the showstopper available too, right? You just vacate the site within seconds.
What?
They didn't even need that. A pick was given to them for free. Ultimate to back it up. as
चलो
well.
ये
Now
तो हो गया। अभी
phenomenal.
टीम
The Man's not too safe back here.
Ast.
And already, Velocity is just roaming inside of the site like it's their home. Post-plant situation comes to play.
GG
They're
हो गया.
still trying their best to fight back inside of the site.
Velocity.
As Prime's gonna step in as well inside of the battlefield, but he's not able to stand too tall. The site's now starting to look like a graveyard.
Global.
VLT once again.
I kind of wanted to see the dimensional drift, but they just decided not to use it.
अरे
Nightfall was also invested. I was really hoping for that to be used up so that eventually Yash can save his own life, but it was picked off after
Chalo.
that, and then back and forth fight eventually. 140 dink as well onto Madeline, 10 HP remaining. Phantom moment. 1v2 converted, not rather converted by the last second. Asterisk are doing everything right, but they're just not able to close out the round. They've got the
Done.
armor available.
Yeah.
हाँ.
Play on the back of it though this time.
In this round,
Dun 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 dun.
it's highly unlikely they invest any heavy stuff. Some heavy stuff it's all. Hold on.
तू के पे ही है ना? मैं तो मैच देखने ही भूल गया.
Even the showstopper now invested from VLT. It's going to be an even Steven trade on the board, but still man advantage in the hands of Asterix. They do not exactly have the weaponry advantage. In this scenario,
Okay.
lightning fast as well, cuts off Bullet's head. Asterix, I'm not exactly sure what Enzi was doing in that position. Just walked in blind towards ropes, gets cut off. Man advantage now in the hands of VLT. Just swinging back and forth consistently. And Velocity has already changed the directions towards the B side, which is completely vacant.
Weapon here.
3 people now. The utility though, apart from a paranoia, and they have to fight
Spike
fast.
planted.
That could be detrimental for this one.
Hmm.
Draft as well for Rossi, maybe an off angle. Weaponry swap though. Yash now with the rifle, prime stinger in the hand. Again, got the salvos up. Also got the Armageddon. Maybe can eventually clear out the backside if they want to, but none of them from VLT are actually there. They're up close and personal.
Doubt they're going to
One
try to
enemy remaining.
too heavy inside of this round itself. And the Asterix once again just walking in blind. It feels like Asterix do not really have a proper structure available that they just want to rely on. Majority of the times, the players are just getting caught off guard. The communication barrier is clearly noticeable.
Small mistakes which I don't really expect to see from them. They made a phenomenal play out early on by
Last
Yash.
player
Again,
standing.
first one and then a quick trade as well on the headlock. Taking Damara down as soon as he used up the showstopper. Damara is not having a good day today at least, but SK Rossi and Russ are making up for it. Changing the setup a bit
चलो.
this time. Hard defensive play
अपन
towards the
इस
side,
पे
but
भी
that's also
लिंक
where
डाल दिए.
most of the VLT
And we are
is
live.
looking. But the fun fact is SK Rossi is with lightning fast all the way towards the inside.
Drone is down.
So not giving a lot of information though, only of LF. He's mostly playing as the lurker.
A little too eager.
Ammunition.
Peeks out. Mateo's taken down real low. Backs away in the nick of time.
Prime
though.
तो बहुत
Prime
low
does not
है.
really have a lot of HP, so he cannot go for head-on-head duel.
Hmm.
What was this push from Bullet? I'm not exactly sure what Asterix wants to pull off here. Maybe they just want to catch the players of VLT off guard. But this is completely an unplanned aggression shown from Asterix. Communication is clearly not there between the players. Every single move they're making seems absolutely random.
This time around though, I believe Bullet just wanted to equalize the number. You lost a player over towards the A. The HP of Prime is super low. Thought maybe he can pick up a timing in the mid. But VLT, they know what Asterisk are doing. They were ready for it. And this time, hard.
30 seconds left.
Oh no. Lightning Fast was right there around the corner. Catching hard. One in time, just the
planted.
remaining 2 players of Asterix. I highly doubt even they're going to go for the commitment towards the retake. Probably a save coming through from the players. Getting away with 2 weaponries. Both the Phantoms.
Yep.
Hoping for the best in the upcoming round. They still do have an Armageddon available, so probably in the upcoming round they're probably going to invest that.
But here's the thing, you know, Russ used up the Rolling Thunder a few rounds ago and he's got it up as well again. And the fun fact is they're not actually getting stopped at the entry of the site. They're getting the site control. So the Rolling Thunder could be kept up for the safe, or probably the post plant that actually want to play the retake. They're going all the way to hunt them down. Damara is just making all the noise in the world.
Yeah. Velocity just wants to take the guns away, and they have successfully done it as well.
How does he still get one? It blows my mind, but again, it's gonna blow through the purse of Asterisk right now in this round. Only one weaponry carried forward, and they're trying to play proactive. They're going aggressive, but most of it is dry peak, and that is where the problem is. VLT have got a pretty crispy aim. Again, all these players have played on Pacific stage, so in terms of aim,
वही
they're probably the better one.
वही मैं सोच रहा था अभी जस्ट कि भाई ये लोग तो सारे एक्सपीरियंस्ड हैं, सामने वाले इतने एक्सपीरियंस्ड हैं नहीं, तो लाइक
But ultimates up now. There we go. Golden Thunder.
Back at that instant push towards the ball. Keeping in mind they've got the Annihilation and also the Armageddon available, so that can be utilized to try and go for the retake. Tamara wants to push up, but NC this time around snips him out. That was exactly what Tamara wanted to do there. Bullet still was able to get one of his own. Velocity just winning every single trade. And just like that, without even breaking a sweat, Velocity closes another round.
They didn't even plant the spike, by the way.
Yep.
They just wanted to go for an early flood this time, Asterisk, and everything was anticipated by VLT.
भाई ये लोग बूट कैम्प में आ गए हैं क्या? मेरे को लग रहा है बाकी दोनों डमारा और मैडलिन, पहले वो लोग घर पे थे स्प्लिट 1 पे.
NC, I'll have to say, you know, lucky for NC to be left alive on 4 HP there. Otherwise, that should have been again another pick for Damara, but eventually it did not matter over towards the end.
I mean, these are the type of aggressive plays that you see in a normal competitive game.
Get out of my way!
Because you just want to win the trades, you just want to get those eliminations on the board, and just have the man advantage on your side.
Operator. Rossi.
ओए
Shot though, still got the Blade Storm available, but this time connects the second. Third one down as well with the help of the Blade Storm, and SK Rossi misses the right click. A 3v3 on the board. Could have been way worse. But now Velocity, they need to find a breaching point inside of the A site. Madeline trying to distract towards mid. Create some more space, get the map control in hand. If he does find some sort of a breaching point towards Heaven, that can be a lot of control. And on the back of that, Velocity's 2 players towards main can actually walk up as well. I'm pretty sure that's what the game plan seems like as well. Madeline does have the recon available, so that's going to give away a lot of positions. The moment the recon's used, Velocity will probably go for the plant.
Russ has full utility available though. And he's keeping
30 seconds left.
Well.
Russ's utility is going to be hella annoying. Even Damara has the paint shell ready.
Spike planted.
Distance as well.
Yeah.
Haven't used a single thing in this round. Rossi was just styling over them.
Complete mechanical warfare. That's what this matchup feels like. Both the teams just want to go aggressive, win the duels. That's
ये अच्छा था.
At this point in time,
Nice.
Damara losing out onto that.
Oof.
Velocity. But if Madeline is winning duels like these, then that's going to hand out the equalizer.
Oh,
2v2 in the end, and Russ is going to line him up.
Body bags.
lovely play again. Madeline just waiting it all the way out for Russ to peek in and get all of both the players technically lined up and pick both of them apart. To be honest, you know, there was an assist of Russ as well in the falling of Damara. Because it was his fault line that actually.
राशि भाई ने फिर से बाल बड़ा करके कलर करा लिए. मैं तो बोलता हूँ व्हाइट करवा लो राशि भाई फिर से. भाई वो पिछले स्प्लिट 1 में उनके लाइक बॉल थे ना, ऑलमोस्ट बोल सकते हो, छोटे छोटे बाल थे, बॉल्स कट टाइप्स.
I'm pretty sure we did not even see the armor getting used up in the entire half previously.
Yeah, we did not.
Lack of the utilities as well. Problem out there this time around though. Asterisk into half. No room for error whatsoever. That's the first error.
Velocity at this point just running hard confidence.
एस्टेरिस्क का मैप पिक है तो 2-0 ही हो रहा है ये पूरा सीरीज.
And SK Rossi just doing his classic stuff. But yeah, she's still there to put a halt.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
NZ with the flank was able to catch one, but that's all he got. A 2v1 in the end, and Yush is pulling off the rotation of his life.
question is, why is the duelist left alive? And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the question asked on the Hindi desk as well. So I can read the mind of Fritz and Spartus and Phoenix out there.
भाई वो मारा, बाकी लोग नहीं मार पाए, सिंपल। वो ड्यूलिस्ट एंट्री तो लिया था उसने, एंट्री पे 2 मारे भाई,
Gonna get the front
बाकी
down
लोग
as
नहीं
well.
मार पाए तो मर गए 1v1 ड्यूल्स में।
There's the thing, it's a 1v2.
ऐसा
You
ही
will
हुआ है।
have to play aggressive. But VLT should anticipate that, and that's why Russ is waiting for lightning fast, because they want to double up, and they've got the paranoia available.
Uncoordinated pushes, uncoordinated plays. That's what we've been seeing from both the sides, but Velocity just has an edge because of the experience factor that comes into play.
Started for him, but there's a smoke. And there's lightning.
It does not matter if it's planted for you because the first bullet that comes is just directly hitting your dome.
SK Rossi turning into a Super Saiyan god from Dragon Ball. I like that. He's got the red hair. Probably taking the power from his.
मैं अभी बोल रहा था ना,
It's also
देख रहे हो, मेरे को लग रहा है कास्टर्स मेरा बात सुन रहे हैं भाई,
playing like an
उनको बाजू में ना मेरा ही स्ट्रीम चल रहा होगा। एक सेकंड, मैं ना ये टैग्स लगा रहा, एक सेकंड दो
At
मुझे।
this point it matters. The scoreline is 11-2. It's an equal round for Asterisk, and they're gonna pull another timeout. One more mistake, and they will move to the map point. And this is the map pick of Asterisk.
Since he's playing Duelist, I'm just getting flashbacks.
मतलब बहुत ज्यादा ही हेवी डिप नहीं दिख रहा है
That's the same
वैलो में अंडरडॉग्स और
all the way back.
What is Fixes doing there?
अपने जो मेन इस पे पैसिफिक, मतलब सोच रहे हो कितना हेवी डिफरेंस है। सोचो ये पैसिफिक का जो प्लेयर्स है वीएलटी में, वो मेन स्टेज पे
Kenzie will be on.
डोमिनेटिंग परफॉर्मेंस में नहीं खेलती है, लाइक 13-5 में हारेगी, 13-6 में हारेगी, तो लाइक अच्छा नहीं होता है
Asterix is struggling.
ये प्लेयर्स का ऐसे। तो सोचो वो प्लेयर्स अपने इंडियन अंडरडॉग्स को ऐसे
He was kind of bad.
उनके मैप पिक पे, ये स्प्लिट 1 में भी यही सीन था एस्टेरिस्क के साथ,
Scoreline
इधर भी वही सीन है। तो सोचो कितना हेवी स्किल लेवल डिफरेंस है बे
knows that pulling off the comeback
अपने पैसिफिक
might just be
प्लेयर्स
aiming too high.
और मेन प्लेयर जो वीसीटी खेलते हैं, वीसीटी इंटरनेशनल वाला,
So maybe
मास्टर्स वो सब, वहाँ का प्लेयर्स और फिर अपने इंडियन प्लेयर्स। तो सोचो मतलब एक इधर वीसीटी पैसिफिक प्लेयर्स या एक अपने इंडियन पैसिफिक प्लेयर्स,
kind of stingers
और
myself.
फिर आती है नीचे इंडियन प्लेयर्स। भाई तो सोचो कितना डिफरेंस है स्किल सेट में।
Money, that's what you gotta go
अगर अपने पैसिफिक प्लेयर्स से ही अपने अंडरडॉग्स 11-2 में हार रहे अपने मैप पिक पे,
with. Asterix.
तो सोचो
Going out.
कैसे भाई वीसीटी पैसिफिक के प्लेयर्स कितना
No one available.
कैसे वे में मारेंगे भाई,
That's gonna be an easy take.
किस किस तरीके से मारेंगे सोचो।
Able to spot the one man, and Jamara gets caught. Stinger comes
दिखेंगे भी
in.
नहीं भाई मॉनिटर में, मेरे को तो लगता
Takes
है
down the first man himself. There is still Russ available all the way on the back
कभी
side.
कभी मेरे को वही लगता है मॉनिटर में ही नहीं दिखेंगे भाई, बंदे मार के चले जाएंगे, ऐसा होगा।
Velocity is not
क्योंकि भाई सोचो ना बे,
strong enough.
कांगकांग जैसे प्लेयर्स,
Down, and that's gonna be Pride making
अब
sure
कांगकांग जैसे प्लेयर्स आएंगे,
see the second day.
कांगकांग हो गया,
Velocity,
फिर
this situation looks
रुको,
heavily in the favor of Asterix. But since they've got a lot
और
of stickers
कौन
on
वो
board,
जेट पे
fight might just not be favorable.
आसपास, तो वो तो एनए का छोड़ ही दो भाई,
A lot of time being wasted.
आसपास वो सब उनको नहीं पकड़ रहा। मैं अपने पैसिफिक का, कांगकांग तो पैसिफिक का है भी नहीं, मैं अपने पैसिफिक का लेके चलता हूँ। रुको,
Instantly.
मैं अगर मैं बोला समथिंग जेट में
Cannot really do a lot.
या
Phenomenal round.
अपने ह्यूनमिन डीआरएक्स का जेट में, भाई ये लोग ऐसे पीक लेंगे, ऑफ से मार के डैश मारेंगे, मॉनिटर में दिखेगा नहीं भाई। 360 मॉनिटर यूज करो या 960 मॉनिटर यूज करो, दिखेगा ही नहीं भाई, ऐसे लोग मार के निकलेंगे। फिर वो इसका वो और एक है ना जेंजी टेक्सचर, आरआरक्यू का, आरआरक्यू कौन है वो, जेमकिन, जेमकिन भी तो जेट खेलता है। हाँ, टेक्सचर ज्यादा जेट नहीं खेलता आई गेस।
Usually the man is able to find a lot of impact.
क्या हाल है ब्रो? स्वस्तिक भाई बढ़िया हाल है यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो? कैरन जेंजी नहीं,
My doubts.
वो कंट्रोलर खेलता है, मैं ड्यूलिस्ट का बात कर रहा हूँ। मतलब नॉर्मल में ये हालत है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि ड्यूलिस्ट आके मॉनिटर के सामने से मार के जाएंगे और दिखेगा भी नहीं, इतना हेवी स्किल सेट डिफरेंस है।
Picked off himself. Then it's not.
एंड आई रियली वांट कि वीएलटी अगर ऐसा डोमिनेटिंग खेल रही है,
First engagement.
मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि अंडरडॉग्स के सामने, रेवेनेंट इनके सामने भी वो जीती है 2-0 वैसे में,
More for VLT.
तो आई वांट कि भाई एसेंशन में अच्छा खेले भाई, एटलीस्ट एक इंडिया का रोस्टर तो अच्छा खेले
Educated guess, huh?
एसेंशन में।
Just a calculated, educated guess.
And
Even though I'm pretty bad at maths.
yeah, I can vouch for that.
Hold on though. Yash almost took down lightning fast as well.
He saw where the smoke is coming from. Knew that lightning fast needs
30
to take
seconds
towards the
left.
mid though. It's gonna be an easy round for them again. The wall. Kamara is out
Spike
there. He's
planted.
stuck. Someone's gonna save him. Someone's gonna bail him out.
Not looking too good, but Prime is now starting to line up those stones. Yash on the back of that is able to follow up. And in the end, it's going to be clean swoop from the side of Asterix. In the second half, Asterix is now just coming back to life. They seem much more better, but as I mentioned, the scoreline is just too far away. For Asterix to convert, the upcoming round has to be theirs, because now VLT is going to be on full buys.
Yep. And we might possibly see a few of the operator plays as well. I think so they saved enough for that. So you've got to take that into consideration too. Now I like the idea they're running with the Yoru. They've also got the Paranoia available. They have the Teho too.
Snuff them out.
Push any one of those back, but Rossi is going to play on the Blades operator in the next round. And the aggressive play seems to be towards the A. I like what VLT are doing, proactive towards B main as well. But here we go. Damage children giving out a lot of info.
Yash knows exactly where the foes are positioned too, but still lightning fast. He's doing a lot of damage. Someone needs to stop the man. Gets a 3K on the site quickly.
Chalo.
Gets the man advantage in the hands of VLT. Just two final players remaining for Asterix. The spike's going down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness.
अरे भाई
From downtown by Tamara with the paint shells. It's another round for VLT, and with this, they move to the map point.
चलो डन हो गया अपना,
The last stand
लिंक भी
for
अपन
Lightning
डाल
Fast
दिए,
was indeed Lightning
ऑल
Fast.
गुड।
Gets 3K out there, and we can see the smile on the face of Golu out here.
गोलू बोल दिया भाई,
He was not having any
क्यों भाई,
movement.
प्रोफेशनल है, प्रोफेशनल, कॉल आउट हिज रियल नेम लाइटनिंग फास्ट।
Obliterated.
What's Golu?
Takes the first, turns around 180, gets the second, turns 180 again to get bullet,
enemy
and
remaining.
then gets traded out.
Yep.
He did everything himself.
Solid stuff. That 3K right there is something that just won them the round straight up.
Cutting through.
If Lightning Fast was not able to get those 3 kills, there was a big chance Asterix could have run away with the control.
एमआई भी का पकड़ा है आसपास फैन यश भाई।
Plays sometimes too safe today, and Velocity does have a lot of heroes. That's the advantage they've got. Pick from SK Rossi, a try pick up.
ओए
What Asterix wanted to
ये
do.
दूसरा वाला पिक निकलता ना,
Teleported all the way towards the
हाय
sun.
हाय हाय हाय,
Yash was able to capture
होता है
the
होता
second
है
man as well.
होता है मैडलिन भाई, होता है।
Taken down. Asterix is now starting to line up the players of Velocity. Yes, they just can't really do a lot. Damara, the only man left alive, but unfortunately shoots
पूरी
the
भाई ये
club
तो
ball,
क्लच
but
कर देगा
still
मेरे को लग
flicks
रहा है।
on towards Prime and shuts him down. Damara getting flashed up. He's
बोला
got
ना,
himself isolated,
क्लच कर
but he
देगा।
still wins both the duels.
डमारा है भाई
What am I
वो।
watching? As I mentioned, Velocity is winning a lot of these rounds on the back of the heroic plays, but they've just got too many heroes.
The player on the ramp
Defenders
did a good amount of damage. Two of the players could not pick either one of them off, but the damage was enough to set Damara up for success in that last play. Phenomenal performance by VLT, but I'll have to say, you know, last time the way how Asterisk was struggling and the amount of loopholes that I was seeing, I think so they've improved on quite a bit of them. But yes, VLT, I mean, you know what, they're just on
Okay.
they're just on a different league, that's all I'll say. But I like the improvement from Asterisk.
I mean, yeah, sort of an improvement, but just look at the scoreline, 13-4.
A lot of those rounds were eventually the 1v2s, 1v1s which got converted. So I'll still have to say that if
But if you also got to consider one fact, and that is Velocity was playing pretty organized the first 3 rounds, but the moment they realized that Asterix is just coming in with random pushes, even Velocity started doing the same thing.
to be honest, I kind of agree. They had a read on their own attacking half that Asterisk were pushing a lot. They were trying to take a lot of space, so they just played a bit more safe. And I think so it was on the back of the round where Deadlock pushed all the way up from A main and moved from the Sivers. And after that round, VLT just decided, you know what, let's spread out a bit, let's hold it down. They're gonna push from all the other avenues. Know that we're gonna be holding those angles, we'll be better, we'll win the inside, and eventually convert the entire half for us. And that's why we saw that 10-2 half.
This entire map was just all about the mechanical warfare. But hopefully the upcoming game is not going to be the same way, because if it is going to be the mechanical warfare once again on Lotus, then we all know who's going to come out on top.
Remember the last time scoreline was a 10-2.
नेक्स्ट भाई मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ नेक्स्ट वाला जो मैप पिक है VLT का वो कितना में हराएगी.
Hey, new roster. You know what? Either it can be a win or a complete one-sided loss.
I'll say either can
भाई
be or it can be a learn.
ऐसा क्या करना चाहिए अंडरडॉग्स को
In my opinion, it's the learning.
कि वो ऐसे पैसिफिक प्लेयर्स को एक्सपीरियंस होने के बावजूद वो बीट कर सके.
Learn throughout your life though, but there's
मैं
one
वही
man
फिगर आउट कर रहा हूँ.
improving as well on the back of it. And that's
ऐसा
what we
क्या
see
करना
on
चाहिए?
the jet.
जैसे एसके रॉसी हो गए, लाइटनिंग फास्ट हो गए, रस हो गए,
And the manager
ये
also
लोग
knows the
ये
man
तीनों
also
तो
knows
पैसिफिक
the
खेल कर आए हैं
inside
और
that
एक
previous
टीम
map
मतलब
itself.
सेम टीम के लिए खेल कर आए हैं.
/R&D ratio is going to be 210. Solid
So
start
I'm
from SK
like
Rossi. I'm able to see the
very
flashbacks of
much
all the way back to 2023.
curious
How the man liked to play.
I remember
कि अगर
one Pearl
उन
came
पे
back
एक्सपीरियंस है
then,
उतने हाई लेवल का,
everyone back when he was playing in the Pacific League though, but yes, 210 damage per
अब वो
round.
ये लीग खेल रहे हैं.
Not just getting one
ये लीग से
person,
वो उधर
also
फिर से जाने की
getting
कोशिश
60
कर
more
रहे हैं.
damage
ठीक है,
to everyone else around
But
the board. And 28.3% headshot ratio is just
इधर जो है
with the fact how you're playing on a duo,
Underdogs.
constantly taking those entries too.
बिकॉज आप देखोगे BGMI में, BGMI PUBG में ऐसा होता है कि अंडरडॉग्स डोमिनेट करते हैं.
Getting those first bloods as
बहुत बार ऐसे देखोगे 4v4 एक्सपीरियंस लाइनअप और अंडरडॉग्स में होती है जब फाइट, तो अंडरडॉग्स मस्त खेल के पूरा without any man loss जीत कर आती है.
10 out of 10 post plants.
बट ये वैलोरेंट में वैसा नहीं होता.
The stats itself
ये
just
मैं
shows that it
notice
was a
किया.
complete one-sided domination.
Why?
Velocity was just unparalleled to the players of Asterix.
Is it-
Asterix, at this point in time, it feels like they are trying their best.
Is it
They are
related
doing all
to
they've got.
mechanical
Just the
skill
team synergy is
stuffs
clearly
or
lacking. We're not seeing those
the game is
proper
like that?
strategies. We're not
कि
seeing
experience
the
होगा तभी आप
smokes, the controller
अच्छे से
being
खेल
utilized to
पाओगे.
its full- go for
मतलब
a
हर गेम में
proper
एक्सपीरियंस
inside
मैटर
the
करता
set.
है,
So
बट
those micro plays are definitely missing.
NZ was struggling a lot onto this one with an ACS of 96 only, 6-14 and 8. He was not having a good day at all. Though, I'll have to say on the attacking rounds, I did like the wall from Bullet because it gives you a proper angle to walk onto the B side untouched. It's basically like how you would eventually place the Sage wall first till the pillar and then walk right close to the wall. So that's exactly what you do with the Viper wall as well. But overall, towards the other side, a good amount of impact by SK Rossi though, but even Yesh was doing a pretty good job on the other side. Here's the thing, 4 first kills for SK Rossi. Yash also had 3 for himself, so I think so that's still a pretty solid work being done by him. Maybe they can transition it into a pretty sort the next one, but again it's a map pick of Lotus. That too by VLT.
True that. Look, for velocity, at the end of the day, in my opinion, on Lotus, they're going to have a big advantage if Asterix is going to play the same way they did over here. If we're not going to see well-coordinated plays, if we're not going to see the controllers being utilized to the maximum potential, if we're not going to see those proper flashes being used, those proper smokes being used, a proper execution is not there towards sight, Velocity is definitely going to win the aim warfare, the mechanical warfare. Velocity will win it easily on Lotus.
I kind of agree as well on this department because I think so it's not just about the fact how they were losing those mechanical warfares. I think so a lot of it is also on the back of just not being confident or getting overwhelmed a lot by VLT, which they need to avoid for the next one.
Look, without a doubt, there's a lot of pressure on Asterix, but since VLT has won that entire game one-sided, we all sort of have our own doubts about Asterix coming out on top in the upcoming game. But if it still does push all the way towards the third map, it will be a sight to witness. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मस्त बना है बे इस बार तो.
Live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back after the short break. It's out of the Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 2. I'm going to be your host of Castroneck Road. This time on the panel, it's going to be Fixes with me for the second map of Lotus. And Fixes, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at the first game itself. And it was an absolute brawl.
It certainly was, but I thought you would introduce me as Enzos, maybe double or something, NZs in fact. But yeah, it was a great game. In fact, a great start for Velocity, and this was something that we expected.
भाई ये बैंक के आरएम्स कितने बोर करते हैं ब्रो।
Asterisk going through a little bit of
आरएम
a
रखना बहुत
with
दिक्कत की
the
बात है
roster
भाई।
getting players, and you could see those jitters pretty much visible.
एक तो अगर 2-3 बैंक होगा तुम्हें उनके आरएम्स कॉल करके तुम्हें पागल कर देंगे।
VLT's open round. So it's
लाइक
just gonna get
सर आपका अभी ऐसा हो रहा है, क्या मैं ये करूँ ये हो रहा है, मतलब इट्स बेसिकली a secretary of your bank accounts running behind you for all the stuffs you are doing and not doing. ठीक है, एक कोई कोई टाइम पे हेल्प हो जाता है, बट हमेशा यार।
And at this point in time, if they do not really use the utilities properly on the map, Lotus, since they're
हाँ, so मिस्टर गेमर भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है? हेलो भाई, कैसे हो? बढ़िया है यार, आप बताओ कैसे? स्वागतम। रायन इंडिया जी, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। क्या हाल है? इतनी वॉचपार्टी करने के बाद, इतना खेलने के बाद भी क्या फायदा? इतना हकना आता है गेम में तो ना गेम सेंस आ रहा है ना एम, टाइम वेस्ट क्यों करना? लॉल क्या कहाँ पे मोबाइल लगा रखा है? कान पे मोबाइल इसलिए रखा है क्योंकि भाई कॉल आया था मेरे भाई, और गेम सेंस आ रहा है ना एम आ रहा है, वेस्ट क्यों, टाइम वेस्ट क्यों करना? लॉल भाई मतलब टाइम वेस्ट अगर कर रहा हूँ तो मैं अपना 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 टाइम वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ ना मेरे भाई। मैं किसी और का टाइम वेस्ट तो कर नहीं रहा मेरे भाई। सो पता नहीं यार। बताओ यार रायन इंडिया जी, देखो अब इतना खराब एम, इतना खराब गेम सेंस रखने के बाद भी अपने को कोई स्ट्रीमर बनने का एक्सेस है, परमिशंस है, बताओ फिर। लाइक अपन इतने बड़े स्टेज, इतना वीसीटी पैसिफिक तक को हम लोग वॉच पार्टी कर चुके हैं एंड वो सब, तो अगर वो सब कर ले रहे हैं अपन विदाउट एनी गेम सेंस, विदाउट एनी एम यार, तो फिर ऐसा एम हर किसी को मिले भाई, है ना? हमारा करता है ना रेडियंट लिखकर रील आती है, गेम प्ले सिल्वर रहता है। अच्छा रायन इंडिया जी, ऐसी बात है क्या? तो आप क्यों देख रहे हो फिर? आप देख भी रहे हो, फिर आप देख रहे हो बोल के आप उसका कंप्लेन भी कर रहे हो, तो मत देखो। ऐसा तो कहीं रील पे लिखा नहीं है, या यो शॉर्ट्स जो भी है, पहली बात तो रील है नहीं, शॉर्ट्स है, और वो शॉर्ट्स में कहीं लिखा तो नहीं है कि आपको देखना पड़ेगा, देखोगे तभी आपको दूसरे शॉर्ट्स पे स्वाइप कर पाओगे। YouTube has given you all the rights to swipe up कर लो मेरे भाई। एंड मैंने ऐसा कहीं लिखा नहीं है कि भाई आपको देखना ही पड़ेगा। भाई हेट देके कोई पॉइंट नहीं है। लाइक देखो ऐसा बात है कि देखो मैं आपको हेट नहीं दे रहा या आपको कंपेयर नहीं कर रहा, बट अगर आपके पास गेम सेंस है, आपके पास एम है, तो आप वो दोनों रख के इंडिया के लिए क्या कर लिए मेरे को बताओ। आप VCSA खेल रहे हो या कोई भी T1 टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हो, T2 टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हो वैलोरेंट के, अच्छा गेम सेंस और अच्छा एम रख के आप क्या कर लिए मेरे को बताओ। मेरे भाई देखो मैं कंपेयर नहीं कर रहा या लाइक आई एम नॉट डिफेमिंग यू, आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग कि लाइक खराब गेम, मैं खराब गेम सेंस है, मेरा खराब एम है, तो मेरा भूल ही जाओ, ठीक है, आई एम डूइंग अ टाइम वेस्ट। बट आपका अच्छा गेम सेंस होगा तभी आप समझ पा रहे हो कि ये मेरा खराब गेम सेंस है, ये खराब एम है। आपका मतलब अच्छा एम होगा तभी आप समझ पा रहे हो ना। अब एक गुरु ही समझ पाएगा कि स्टूडेंट का क्या बुरा है क्या नहीं। तो आप अच्छा खेलते हो तो व्हाई नॉट आर यू लाइक प्लेइंग VCSA, या ये तो ASTK जैसे अंडरडॉग लाइनअप है, तो आप अंडरडॉग लाइनअप में क्यों नहीं हो मेरा भाई? सोचने वाली बात है ना, सोचना। यस खेल रहा हूँ। कौन सा वाला प्लेयर हो आप? ये NZ हो, बट ये 5 में हो ही नहीं सकते आप, क्योंकि ये 5 तो अभी लाइव खेल रहे हैं यार, और आप मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो, तो आई डोंट थिंक। और अगर आप खेल रहे होते मेरे भाई तो हेट देने नहीं आते, बिकॉज आई हैव नॉट सीन एनी स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर जो ऑलरेडी एस्टैब्लिश्ड हो या अंडरडॉग भी हो, वो किसी और को हेट दे रहा हो या किसी और को नीचा दिखा रहा हो। हेट नहीं, चलो ये मैं हेट नहीं बोलूंगा, आप कुछ गाली गलौज तो कर नहीं रहे हो मेरे भाई, दैट्स वेरी काइंड ऑफ यू, लाइक वेरी हम्बल ऑफ यू, बट बात है कि किसी को नीचा नहीं दिखाते। अगर कोई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर होता या कोई अच्छा खेल रहा होता मेरे भाई तो ना नीचे नहीं दिखाता है भाई। आप कभी भी जाके एसके रोसी को बोलोगे ये कि भाई मैं गोल्ड में हूँ, तो कभी ऐसा नहीं बोलेगा अबे ये गोल्ड प्लेयर है, हटाओ बे इसको, मेरे बाजू में हटाओ, मेरा इज्जत कम हो रहा है, कभी ऐसा नहीं करेगा। थिंक अबाउट इट, दैट्स व्हाट मेक्स देम on a different league than the others. ये याद रखना ब्रो, not just you, anyone who does that. Even though अगर आप प्लेटिनम में हो और आप बोल रहे हो यार ये आयरन वाले को हटाओ, it's because at the end रैंक नहीं है जो आपको दुनिया पे सरवाइव कराएगी। नहीं भाई जॉब भी रहती है ना, इसलिए इतना नहीं खेलता। हाँ तो रायन इंडिया भाई, तो वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ मेरे भाई, हर किसी का अपना अपना एक चीज रहता है। अगर आपका जॉब एक्सक्यूज है तो मेरा कुछ और एक्सक्यूज है मेरे भाई। नॉट एवरी टाइम यू प्ले गेम्स टू बी ऑन द हाईएस्ट लेवल और पीक वाले लेवल पे। हर कोई विराट कोहली नहीं बनता, हर कोई एसके रोसी नहीं बनता इंडिया का, या हर कोई बनना नहीं चाहता। सम हैव डिफरेंट एस्पिरेशंस इन देयर लाइफ, सम हैव डिफरेंट रोल्स। पांचों उंगली आपके सेम है क्या? सेम हाइट के हैं क्या भाई? आप जो थम से करते हो वही वाला इस ये फिंगर से करते हो क्या? करते हो क्या? नहीं ना मेरे भाई। तो व्हाई कांट यू अंडरस्टैंड ब्रो? नॉट एवरी टाइम यू प्ले अ गेम यू शुड प्ले इट एट द हाईएस्ट लेवल। ये नहीं होता है रूल बुक। यू शुड प्ले इट फॉर फन एंड आई एम अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर भाई। मैंने कहीं ऐसा क्लेम नहीं करा, या मेरे बायो में कहीं इंस्टाग्राम पे भी मेरा जाओ आप कहीं पे क्लेम नहीं है कि मैं स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर एंड आई प्ले लाइक एन स्पोर्ट्स। आई एम हियर फॉर द कंटेंट, आई एम हियर फॉर द हियर फॉर एंटरटेनिंग यू गाइस, ताकि आपके चेहरे पे स्माइल ला सके। भले ही वो आप मेरे को जोकर बना के हेट देकर स्माइल करो, आई विल एक्सेप्ट इट, ठीक है। सो अगर एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा होता तो आपके इस कमेंट्स को अभी अच्छे तरीके से रिप्लाई नहीं दे रहा होता। आई एम नॉट हियर फॉर एनी hefty comparison or something like that। मस्ती मजाक कर रहा हूँ, हेट नहीं समझना भाई। हेट मैं नहीं समझ रहा मेरे भाई। मैं हेट कोई चैट में आके देता भी है, आप अगर कभी आओगे ऐसा आप देखोगे, नहीं तो आप मेरे जो रेगुलर व्यूअर्स हैं उनको आप पूछना, कोई आके गाली दे के रहते हैं भाई। मैं कसम खा के बोलता हूँ, मैं उनको गाली बैक नहीं देता, रिप्लाई बैक नहीं करता। वैसे मैं उनको भाईचारे की तरह से बात करता हूँ, अपने भाई समझ के बात करता हूँ, ठीक है। तो कॉज हमें पता है क्या है, हम लोगों को नहीं पता है ना। तो हाउ लाइक वो 5 मिनट मेरा एक वीडियो देखकर मेरे को जज कर लेंगे, ठीक है, इट्स ओके, इट्स देयर विश, बट हमारा काम है भाई हम वैसा रिएक्ट बैक ना करें। तो उनमें और हमें फर्क क्या रह जाएगा, समझ रहे हो? तो मैं कभी भी गाली गलौच नहीं करता भाई किसी के साथ। पहली बात तो एसके रोसी का एग्जांपल मत दे भाई, ही शिट कंपेयर टू इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स। भाई प्लीज मेरे चैट में आके कोई भी इंडियन प्लेयर्स के बारे में मत लिखो यार, कोई भी इंडियन प्लेयर्स के बारे में उल्टा सीधा मत लिखो भाई। अगर आप एसके रोसी को शिट बोल रहे हो देन यू शुड बी एटलीस्ट एन आसपास लेवल प्लेयर, ठीक है। आसपास लेवल का प्लेयर हो तभी आप उसको शिट बोल पाओगे। इवन आसपास डजंट से कि एसके रोसी शिट, इवन टेंस आल्सो नोज एसके रोसी एंड टेंस भी नहीं बोलता एसके रोसी शिट है। सो आपको मिनिमम टेंस या आसपास लेवल पे होना पड़ेगा कि एसके रोसी को शिट बोलने के लिए, ठीक है। इफ यू आर नॉट देयर देन डोंट डेयर टू टॉक अबाउट दैट प्लीज, एटलीस्ट ऑन माय स्ट्रीम। आई टेक इंडियन स्पोर्ट्स, इंडियन गेमिंग सीन वेरी सीरियसली, एंड जितना मैं कर सकता हूँ मेरे नज़र में। आई डोंट वांट कि वो हो कि भाई किसी का बेइज्जती हो इंडियन गेमिंग सीन का, ठीक है। सो इफ यू विल कंटिन्यू सेइंग दिस रबिश थिंग्स then you might get a timeout or a permanent ban on my channel, जो मैं नहीं चाहता हूँ, इसलिए प्लीज मत करो। Because I don't want, even though आप कोई अंडरडॉग को बेइज्जती कर रहे हो तो मैं वो भी नहीं चाहूंगा ब्रो, नॉट इवन एस्क्यूरसी बट एनजी हार्ट यश, ऑल्दो ये लोग खराब खेले अपने खुद के मैप पे, फिर भी आप उनको बोलोगे तो मैं नहीं चाहूंगा। बिकॉज दे आर ट्राइंग, दे हैव रीच स्प्लिट 2 भाई, स्प्लिट 1 में गांड घिस के। So, तारिक says it, तो भाई तारिक है भाई, आप तारिक हो। Are you तारिक ब्रो? Are you तारिक? तारिक है। तारिक ऑलरेडी उस लेवल पे पहुंच चुका है, ठीक है। जिस लेवल पे तारिक है आप उस लेवल पे हो, ठीक है। तारिक ने बोला, हम तारिक को कुछ नहीं बोला, आप उस लेवल पे हो, नहीं हो ना, तो डोंट से। Have you even played VCA single match of VCSA or VCT Pacific or VCT Masters? You have never played na, so you don't know the pressure na. You don't know the situation, how like you should control your nerves, how composure you should be. नहीं पता है ना आपको। It's like you're playing a gully cricket and you're judging विराट कोहली की भाई तूने टेस्ट में अच्छा नहीं खेला, या whatever रोहित शर्मा या जिसको भी कोई कुछ बोल। It's like that, समझ रहे हो?
So they need to be quite quick on the feet, and that neon's going to be helping them quite a bit, making
So,
those quick rotates.
जो बोल रहे बोल लें, तो अगर आप तारिक के लेवल पे जिस दिन पहुंच जाओगे उस दिन आप बोलना, मैं आपको कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, नहीं हो तो मत बोल, सिंपल, ठीक है। हाँ तो सपोर्ट करते हैं तो तारिक को बोलने के भी हिम्मत रखो क्या? हाँ तो सपोर्ट करता है तो तारिक को बोलने के भी हिम्मत रखो, तो तारिक को बोलने के हिम्मत हाँ क्यों नहीं रखेंगे भाई। कभी ऐसा बोलेंगे तो हम भी रिप्लाई बैक कर देंगे, इंडियन वो ऐसे बोल रहे हैं तो हम भी कर देंगे। लेकिन आप क्यों बोल रहे हो भाई? एज ए नाम में इंडिया लगाए हो और इंडियन प्लेयर से कोई बेइज्जती कर रहा है और आप उसमें खुश हो रहे हो, एंड यू आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन दैट शोज हाउ लाइक गुड एज अ सिटीजन यू आर फॉर द इंडियन गेमिंग सीन। ऐसे लोग आप नहीं, ऐसे बहुत भरे पड़े हैं भाई। सो इट्स नॉट अ फॉल्ट ऑफ द आईजीसी, इट्स अ फॉल्ट ऑफ आप। नो, यू आर नॉट द ओनली वन, आई हैव सीन इन डिफरेंट गेम्स। ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो वो लोग कर पाते हैं क्योंकि हमारी ऑडियंस करने देती है, दैट्स द पॉइंट। आप कोई अभी आसपास के बारे में, ठीक है, आसपास के बारे में, टेंस के बारे में एनए रीजन में जाके बोल दो, फिर अमेरिकन रीजन में जाके बोल दो, फिर देखो कैसे। अगर आज के डेट पे कोई भी अपने इंडियन का बड़ा स्ट्रीमर आसपास के बारे में बोल दिया, ये टेंस के बारे में बोल दिया, फिर वो उसका कैसे करियर डेड नहीं होता, आप देख लेना। Cause their audience don't want us to say anything about them, but our audience मजे लेती है। Not all of them, but most of them. Nice try. Happy wants to improve him and not praising him so much. क्या nice try anti? Not happy. Wants to improve him and not praising him so much. भाई praise, ठीक है, praise ना करो, but this is what Rossi is shit. This is not you are praising or you are telling him to improve. This is not how you tell someone to improve. अगर आपका बेटा फ्यूचर में कम मार्क्स कम लाया एंड उसको आप इम्प्रूव करने बोलोगे, आप उसको ये बोलोगे अबे तू साले एकदम टट्टी है पढ़ाई में, उसको मतलब तेरे को पढ़ना भी नहीं आता, आप ऐसा बोलोगे ना? कैसे समझाओगे? Bro,
every single duel they're taking, and as long as Velocity is able to funnel
nice.
problem. And what am I watching? Hard was completely
Lightning
unaware of the
fast.
fact that there was an Omen teleporting
भाई
right
बहुत
behind
सेक्सी
him.
सेक्सी
And
मूव था
lightning
ये।
fast with 3K towards the site, getting the
नहीं
site
करते वो
eliminated.
कर इनको
This is
पता
so
रहता है
crushing.
क्या बोलते हैं ट्रोल एंड राइवलरी डीमन वन को इतना बोलते हैं कोई कुछ नहीं बोलता।
Armageddon, even
तो भाई
limited,
डीमन
but,
वन को क्यों भाई डीमन वन को बोलने का रीजन भी है ब्रो।
close plays, yes, Eskerosi was shut down.
डीमन वन जैसे
Mara,
बिहेव करता है वो एक इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे राइट के रूल्स के अगेंस्ट, वैसा कभी को जैकन को करते हुए देखा है, कभी टेंस को करते हुए देखा है, कभी आसपास को करते हुए देखा। आसपास कुछ एक वर्ड भी बोलता है कभी, आई डोंट थिंक कि आसपास कुछ बोलता भी होगा ऑन स्टेज, ठीक है, वो बस हंसता है कभी कभार वो भी। डीमन वन सबने देखा था 2022 का चैंपियंस, ठीक है। सो डीमन वन को बोलने का, और डीमन वन है वो, ही इज नॉट टेंस और ही इज नॉट आसपास, ओके, वो डीमन वन है और वो एक ही साल था बोलकर, हाँ वो उस लेवल तक अभी गया नहीं है कि भाई उसको गॉड लेवल का दर्जा दिया जाए या लेजेंड लेवल का दर्जा दिया जाए। नहीं करते वगैर खेलता है वरना नहीं खेलते हैं।
destroyed, destroyed, and there you go.
क्या किया उसने,
Put to a slumber.
देखो आपको यही नहीं पता क्या कि उसने क्या किया है।
Not having the best of buys, but
आधा अधूरा बात रख के भाई, मेरी मम्मी ये कहावत बोलती थी,
they are the ones.
बेटा हमेशा जो चीज सीख रहा है या जो चीज के बारे में कुछ तू कर रहा है उसके बारे में पूरा नॉलेज रखना। आधा अधूरा नॉलेज रखेगा ना तो बहुत हानिकारक होता है, वो बहुत डेंजरस होता है। बिकॉज तू फिर ऐसे बातों पे कॉन्फिडेंस दिखाता जिस पे तेरे को कुछ पता नहीं है, और फिर दुनिया उसके अराउंड फिर तू सोचने लगता है, समझ रहे हो। अच्छा तो बस टेंस और आसपास ही गॉड है और कोई नहीं है भाई। मैंने ऐसा कब बोला कि वही गॉड है, मैं बोला कि डीमन वन को उस दर्जे पे अभी नहीं दिया जा सकता क्योंकि वो उतना कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्म नहीं किया। एक साल किया, वो भी अपने वो रौद्र रूप, वो जो रूप दिखाया था, उसके बाद ऑब्वियसली ही वोंट फाइंड एनी गुड स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप फ्रॉम अदर्स, he will never find a good sportsmanship from others। उसने जो 2022 में किया था। So और अगर आपको पता नहीं है तो भाई then I guess आप तो फिर बहुत ही न्यू हो। अरे ज्ञान मत दे, क्या बोला उसने ये बता। अनएम्प्लॉयड नहीं हूँ रायन इंडिया भाई, अगर अनएम्प्लॉयड नहीं हो तो एम्प्लॉयड हो जाओ फिर। अच्छा सॉरी, अनएम्प्लॉयड नहीं हो तो अनएम्प्लॉयड होकर थोड़ा फिर देख लो, नहीं तो गेम के बारे में आधा नॉलेज रख के फिर बात मत करो मेरे सामने। तो एम्प्लॉयड होना तो अच्छी बात है, तो फिर वो जो काम कर रहे हो वो करो ना मेरे भाई। अगर आपको 2022 का वो सीन नहीं पता एंड यू आर कमिंग एंड आर्ग्यूइंग और ये रख रहे हो कि डीमन वन को कुछ नहीं बोलते, हाँ तो हम ऐसे इसलिए एस्केरोसी को बोल सकते हैं एंड यू आर टेलिंग एस्केरोसी शिट एंड वो, और आपको वो नहीं पता, मतलब आप कितने वैलोरेंट सीन में हो मेरे को पता चल जाएगा। सो चिल आउट, ये टॉपिक पे बात क्लोज करते हैं एंड यू डू योर शिट्स, आई डू माय ओन शिट, दैट विल बी गुड, बेटर लाइक दैट। तेरे को गलत नॉलेज होगा, सही बोले ब्रो, यू डोंट इवन, मतलब छोड़ो यार, मेरे को बहस नहीं करना, ठीक है भाई, मेरे को गलत नॉलेज है, आपको सब सही नॉलेज है ब्रो, ठीक है भाई, बहुत सही है, मेरे को गलत नॉलेज है। And that rolling thunder from Velocity can be easily utilized to go for retake. So that's already a major advantage that VLT is playing off with. Rossi all the way back towards the site, gets caught. अच्छा पूछता। अर्नव भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है अर्नव भाई? It's all good in the hood. Neon was able to do a lot of damage, but since tomorrow's not in the game anymore, the fight's taken down to a 1v2. Hard with an insane stomp over the two players of Velocity. तो गाइस जो भी देख रहे हैं सभी को मैं बता दूं कि I suppose this is not the right place you to do it. आप किसी और के चैनल में जाके कर सकते हो। I'm telling it to everyone. कहीं वो पोस्ट मैच कमेंट की बात तो नहीं कर रहा भाई, पोस्ट मैच कमेंट की बात नहीं कर रहा, ड्यूरिंग द मैच बोल रहा हूँ ब्रो, ड्यूरिंग द मैच, ड्यूरिंग द होल टूर्नामेंट, सब कुछ बात कर रहा हूँ भाई, ठीक है ठीक है। बात को रायन इंडिया भाई मैं इससे आगे नहीं बढ़ाना चाहता, तो लेट इट बी। अगर आपको नहीं पता नहीं पता, आपको पता है ठीक है। मैं आपको कम नॉलेज है आपको ज़्यादा नॉलेज है ज़्यादा नॉलेज है, मेरे को कम नॉलेज है कम नॉलेज है, मेरे को ज़्यादा नॉलेज है ज़्यादा नॉलेज, ठीक है। लेट इट बी वॉट एवर वी हैव, ठीक है। सो हम उस पोजीशन पे नहीं है तो हम कुछ कमेंट नहीं कर सकते, सिंपल सी बात है। मेरा तो ऐसा मानना है, अगर आप कर रहे हो मेरे चैट पे मत करो, किसी और स्ट्रीमर के चैट पे जाके करो। ये वैंडल सही है भाई, कौन सी वाली अर्नब भाई? कौन, मेडलिन वाला? रस का वैंडल, अच्छा रुको मैं देखा नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा रुको। Nice shot. रस का रुको मैं देखता हूँ।
Now he needs to carry the hopes and dreams of his team on the back and go for this plant. He's only got one paranoia available, and a smoke will be available within 5 seconds.
हैं?
Lack of utility is going to cost him this round, and velocity.
कहाँ देख रहा था ये?
The only part where velocity may be losing men is because getting practice there. He's trying to be proactive.
एनजी के पास भी है, रुको।
And they also know this proactive.
He's only got one.
ये फैंटम है, वैंडल कहाँ है?
Will be available within 5 seconds.
Being the better team.
फैंटम है, वैंडल कहाँ है ये?
Now down to the final round before the swap. Velocity eyeing for that 9th, while Asterisk
हैं?
desperately fighting for that 4th.
और रश तो फैंटम यूज कर रहा, वैंडल कहाँ यूज कर रहा है?
Quick aggression being shown by Damara as Eskerossi this time. The Vandal. Interesting.
अबे ये जो किए ना, फ्लैश किए, एक पॉइंट के लिए कर सकते हैं, मैं समझ सकता हूँ, बट चलो तो मर गया। लेकिन वो एस्केरोसी को पकड़ने के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा चीज किया था रेवेनेंट, वो बहुत वो था, एफिशिएंट था। अगर आप चेम्बर को सैंड्स में पकड़ना चाहते हो, हिल्स में, तो फ्लैश और वो ड्रोन, तेओ का ड्रोन साथ में आना चाहिए अगर कोई ज्यादा उत्सुक है किल्स के लिए। इस बार तो एस्केरोसी ने टीपी कर लिया, पहले स्प्लिट 1 मैंने वो नहीं किया था, तो बहुत बार पनिश हुआ था उस चीज के लिए। ब्लास्टेक्स फैंटम है, वही फैंटम है, वैंडल कहाँ है वो? अगर पता नहीं क्या वैंडल मेरी फैंटम होती है, एक्स नोनी वैंडल। अबे साले अर्नब भाई, क्या अर्नब भाई, पूरो एंड चैंपियंस वैंडल इज द गोट। आ रही है ना इस बार भी चैंपियंस वैंडल, तुम्हारा भाई ले रहा है इस बार, रुको ना, फिर गोट बोलना मुझे भी। आ रहा है इस बार भाई, जो लिमिटेड एडिशन आएंगे सारे लेंगे अपन।
Way too outdated now. Yeah. It does not work anymore. Asterisk is just getting rolled on single-handedly. And as we all know, Lotus can also be quite attack-centric maps. Velocity approach this site. But just look at the amount of control.
क्लासिक से इतना एग्रेशन दिखा रहा है भाई।
Forced all those players back towards B. Now the A side is all the way in the hands of Velocity and the opponent's Asterisk. Now
एक बार ट्री वैंडल चला लो तो कोई नहीं जमी।
Noticed Asterix is not able to win the
जन्मी जन्मी मतलब
SSK Ross was able to slap one, but even Damara on the back of that strikes another.
ट्री वैंडल कौन सी है ब्रो?
Successfully taking down 4 players of Asterix. And in the end, they also seal the deal with this round.
Yeah, I mean, Madeline had to be the difference maker, right? That horn going out gave so much position, so
Bhai.
much information for Velocity to work things out, and an easy pistol.
चैंपियंस 2021 इज द ओनली गोट। चैंपियंस 2021 वाला तो वो तो पूरा रॉ बस वो लगा दिए,
Barely out of options now.
मतलब नो चेंज इन द गन डिमेंशंस।
And at this point, they decide
गन पूरा सेम दिखता है, बस उसके ऊपर रैप चढ़ा देते हैं। गन रैप है वो,
but
स्किन नहीं है वो, मतलब बोल सकते हो टेक्निकली।
still,
Find you.
three-man setup.
2023 वाला
Then you've got Yash
आपका क्लासिक एस वीडियो देखा मैंने।
blocked off.
Velocity with the weaponry advantage.
क्लासिक एस वीडियो
Pulled off Bandit.
कौन सा वाला? गाया सैंडल, अच्छा गाया है। अच्छी लगती है क्या वो आपको रायन भाई?
So, off angle. Wait for the player to get out, but even Prime can have that surprising effect. He
क्या
didn't
मारा वो?
surprise the opponents, but instead got shut down quickly.
ये तो 2-0 हो रहा है सीरीज ब्रो।
Just like that, Velocity taking over the ace.
यार
Bullet, the only man available now for Asterix. Too much to ask for from this one man. Just a sheriff in the hand. Now needs
Not
to pull
ready
off the
yet.
clutch and also go for the retake. I'm pretty sure Bullet's going to contemplate for the damage, but even that damage is not going to be.
अबे
It's a flawless round coming in from Velocity side, and this has to be
भाई स्ट्रीमलैब्स को नशे हो गए ब्रो।
this one again without moving any muscle. They just accomplished that, but for Asterisk, they'll have to move mountains. From here on, it's almost nigh impossible. Scratching their heads, really out of options. It's just now mere formality left for Asterisk. If they lose this round, I think it's completely over.
Once again, the same problems can clearly be spotted over here too. Team play, it's not too proper, generally speaking, from both the sides. But since VLT, they've got much more experience. They've been there, put in these type of scenarios so many times. So mechanically, they're just proving themselves better. But Asterix, we're not seeing any coordinated plays. We're not seeing any proper executions from their side. And that's one of the main reasons why they're getting taken down with ease. We're also seeing too many raw peaks from the players.
Also really comes down to the fact that team just been recently formed, and you've got a lot of new players coming in. That cohesiveness is completely missing. It's gonna take some time, but that's been their
कहाँ है भाई?
do not have a lot of matches in hand to really settle in. Always have to put your best foot forward for Velocity. The bonus round and for Asterisk. Still this time going for that buy. Interesting though. Tensions towards side. Fast lane being drawn up, and now Asterisk really want to fight this one out, but Velocity, they've got no monkey business. Deciding
Indeed.
to venture into B.
Asterix. At this point in time,
डन।
you can see the players are trying to.
पहले कुरो अच्छी लगती थी, बट जब से वो चलाई है कोई नहीं जम रही। अच्छा
Tomorrow is going to be the first man to get caught off guard. But what am I watching? Showcases the back without even clearing the sight. And that's going to cost him his life. Yash and the boys now.
कुरो तो अच्छी है, गाया मैं इतना चलाया नहीं, बट अच्छी लगती है। शॉट्स तो पूरा पटाक पटाक लगते हैं उसमें भी। पता नहीं ऑन डेली बेसिस खेलने से कैसे सैचुरेट हो जाऊंगा या नहीं। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे स्किन्स है, पहले 1 टाइम 2 टाइम अच्छे लगते हैं, बट जैसे ज़्यादा खेलोगे तो सैचुरेट हो जाता है गेम उसमें। यू आर पावरलेस। क्यों? मैंने क्या किया अब?
For Velocity again. Prime control over this game. No room.
कुछ आया है क्या? और मेल नहीं।
Point of course, Damara.
भाई एक बहुत सही गेम एपिक गेम्स में फ्री आई है गाइज। अगर आप लोग को
Take on
मल्टीप्लेयर है
at all.
चाहिए तो ले लो। डेड आइलैंड 2 आई है,
They come in with full force and Asterisk.
सही मतलब अच्छी गेम है वो।
Buy out. Just light armors. Looking at the
अपन आज वॉच पार्टी के बाद डूम खेलेंगे वापस से गाइज।
there in a while.
Potential last round. No
Doom
one's
the-
available
the
on both
Dark
sides.
Ages.
Not looking too fluid for Asterix. But since Yash has already caught the first man and keep the man advantage in the hands of fast breaks, that might be the exact thing that
नहीं आपका एम तो देखा है उसके बेसिस पर तो ना कंक्लूड कर सकते। अरे रायन भाई क्या सीन, व्हाट इज दिस बिहेवियर है? व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय आपका एम देखा है? ये मेरी बेइज्जती हो रही है या मेरे कॉम्प्लीमेंट था? ये मैं क्या समझू इसको? कॉम्प्लीमेंट समझो ना। लव्स यू। नहीं कुछ नहीं, बस केओ की एड लाइन बोल रहा था। अच्छा अबे साले कौन सी? डेड आइलैंड 2 आई है, वो आप ले सकते हो, क्लेम कर लो। फैन भाई RyuK भाई तो रेडिएंट है दिल से, लेकिन गेम में प्लास्टिक। अरे साला तुम लोग एकदम धोती खोल रहा है बे। क्या लगता है रस क्लच कर पाएगा 1v3? बहुत टाइम है इस पे। ये ओमेन को मारेगा, बहुत आइसोलेट करके आराम से खेल सकता है भाई, लेकिन ओमेन का रीड अच्छा है ब्रो। एक को मार के प्लांट करता था ना तो हो सकता था, मे बी नॉट।
Side left a little clear, could have gone in a little aggro, but regardless, this time asterisk when they had everything on the line,
None of my stuff
they
has
managed to
malfunctioned yet.
move one in.
Can we celebrate?
Still not deterring.
एनजी भैया ओपी।
Having upgrades on them, and this time I think Walls might
देखो ये जो एक एक राउंड जीत रहे हैं ना, पिछले मैच में भी 2 राउंड जीते वो लोग 12 में जब थे मैच पॉइंट पे। तो ये जब एस्टरिस्क जीत रही है तो लाइक वो कोच या प्लेयर्स को ना वो राउंड्स देख के फिगर आउट करना चाहिए, वो ऐसे ये राउंड में क्या किए जो वो दूसरे राउंड्स में नहीं कर रहे हैं और वो हार रहे हैं, वो देखना चाहिए। पता नहीं इतना हेवी स्किल से डिफरेंस हो रहा है ना, क्या बताऊं। बच गया ब्रो, क्या बच्चा है ब्रो, मारता ना तो मजा आता।
Velocity losing on the man number slowly and steadily, and I told you they've got the ultimates available, and that's really helping them out quite a bit. Even that showstopper giving them a heavy advantage inside of the fight. And SK Rossi wrapping up all the way from the back. This flank is going to catch both the players off guard. SK Rossi needs to hit heavy.
देख लिया
Still somebody
वो देख लिया।
Prime was ready, and he was primed. He knew someone is going to try to wrap up all the way from the back lines. Lightning Fast is the only man available.
वो
in a situation
यश का वो HP देखो,
30 HP, a 1v2 loading up in the front. Can he make it happen? 35 seconds on the clock, and Lightning Fast does have a smoke available, but even that chance is not going to be given to him.
yeah, very well executed, especially from Prime side. Really stopping that push coming in, that Armageddon. Really to counter the rolling thunder over there, and then Yash with that follow-up.
But here's the problem. They invested every single piece of ultimate they had available in that previous round itself. Now what's going to help them in the upcoming round? That's going to be pure raw mechanics, just the way they were playing. And Yash once again needs to be the impact maker.
Yeah, he has to. He has to step up big time. One of those players retained from split 1 to split 2. He needs to prove why. Prime and Yash really stepping it up big time, and this time around towards that A side, that's where they're venturing. A lot of turbulence being set aside as Yash now this time. He's the one. A proactive play. It's a very great murder. The Mara being picked off, and he did have his.
Face your fear!
By the way.
Invested. Bullet's position now noticed.
हैं?
All the way on the back, and he's got no clue as Bullet gets shut down. Put to sleep. Lightning Fast still in that same position now.
भाई इसमें भी वो कैसे और एक पिक निकाल सकता है ब्रो।
The 3v3 scenario booting up as Velocity. They've already got the post plant set up, or hold on, scratch that. They've decided to move all the way towards the B site, scratching the plan away of going towards A. Now Madeline, he's got the
खत्म कर दिया मैडलिन तो।
No one expected Madeline to be there in that position. position, and Madeline gets a nice 3K to close things off. Velocity pulling off some nice mind games in the end. We all thought that they're going to move in towards A, but then they scratched that plan, went back towards B, went for the plant, and everyone from Asterix was just caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Asterisk...
पांचों के पांचों इसमें हैं।
They had a couple more rounds.
Okay, इस पे
Maybe this
boot
map
camp
could
पे।
have been a little more competitive. Of course, now the players are picking up. We did see the players getting back into form. You had Prime, you had Yash, finally starting to connect their shots, but yeah, they did have the scarcity of those rounds really hurting them, and eventually it was an easy win for Velocity as they will move on ahead. But for Asterisk, another lifeline left, and this time elimination on the line.
Yep. As we all know, it's a double elimination bracket inside of the split too. One more chance will be given to Asterix to try and bounce back. With the way they played this matchup though, it's really tough for them to bounce back because we all know elimination brackets are usually even more sweatier than the brackets that are there in the upper side.
But then again, you will not be having to face Velocity. Maybe get a little bit of an ease
Positive
there.
side.
But yeah, that we have to look at the silver lining. I mean, what other thing that we can do over here? But yes, Velocity clearly proving why they are the defending champions, why they deserve to go ahead.
Yeah.
But for Velocity, I think we could see a little bit of those reckless plays also coming. I mean, purely intentional though. We know they really want to try harding. They were just enjoying themselves this opener game, and yeah, I think for Velocity, still yet to be tested. I think the match against Revenant, maybe that's the match to look out for.
Maybe Revenant, Sparky, Naughty XC. I've got a lot of expectations even from Naughty XC in the future. Those matches will be played tomorrow, but for now, having to look at the highlights of the previous game itself. Velocity up against Asterix.
Oh, bhai.
Single-handed mowdown. Asterix was able to get 4 rounds even inside of this map of Lotus. But after that, everything just fell apart. And you clearly saw the highlight of SK Rossi's clutch play too. One of the most insane plays we all have noticed and witnessed so far.
Yeah, I mean, for SK Rossi, it's just baked in. And considering why he's earned so much of that fandom, as fans come in thousands to watch him play, and exactly why, proving his mettle today once again. I mean, he did have his testing times, went through a lot of rough phases, but now seems like he's A-okay. He's prepared to conquer this region once again. And again, it's just not a SK Rossi show, right? Everybody from Velocity side, they have their moments. Even when you talk about the MVP, has to be lightning fast. Again, a very underrated player, constantly delivering.
Underrated बोल दिया अब underrated को.
Inside the pro circuit for such a long time. He's always been one of the impact players too.
अभी अपन जब तक ये एक 10 मिनट का ब्रेक आएगा अपन एपेक्स खेलेंगे.
21 kills with the ACS of 308, with 2 first kills on the board, and of course 26.9% of headshots hit. Now in general, as we know, lightning fast SK Rossi are sort of like the face of this entire lineup. We cannot really forget even Damara was an absolute chaos maker in that previous game. Going for such aggressive plays, the man was just straight up in their faces.
They were the harbingers of chaos. For Velocity, I think they had just one thing on their minds. Just go in for the kill. Does not matter even if they were on the defenders' end. They were the ones dictating the play. They were the ones making those proactive movements. They were getting there, getting to those off-guard positions. And there were times when they were also tested. But still, in those situations also, they kept their calm. We did see those clutchy moments. And Velocity, 13-5, of course, they could have ended it way earlier. But a little bit of those loose ends, they went punished. And that's where we saw some semblance of brilliance coming out from Prime and Yash's side, especially the penultimate round, where they kind of completely stopped that push onto VCSA side. But for Asterisk, I think the problems are pretty much clear. Do not have a lot of time to work on it though. Really need to wake up, get a mental reset, and yeah, GG's, move ahead.
It's not even about mental reset at this point. They just need to play with each other as much as possible. and just try and get the team synergy up straight up. We're not seeing well-coordinated plays from the side of Asterix. We're not seeing proper executions as well on the attack. Even on the defense, we're not seeing a proper double peak pattern. There's a lot of things that are currently missing in Asterix's game. While VLT, you can pretty much see the same things missing as well from VLT time and time. But here's the thing. It feels like VLT were just trying to adapt the way Asterix was playing.
I mean,
Match MVP,
Velocity
अच्छा.
was just doing their own stuff, right? Just out for shenanigans, and like I said, really not technically tested yet. Were Velocity, at least in this series, maybe moving on ahead. They might meet their makers, but SK Rossi completely unparalleled, unmatched this entire series as he becomes the match MVP. 34 kills in 2 games, nice ACS, 264 first kill, 6. And this is what we talk about, the flexibility this man offers. And he's really not their prime duelist, right?
Yeah.
But even given on that role, he's not really shying away. I think it's just in his blood.
I mean, look, he's got a lot of experience on that duelist role too, right? We've been seeing the man play on that duelist role. I'm speaking of all the way back 3-4 years, and that's how he liked to play as well. His main primary role was the duelist at the start. We all remember his jet was one of the best jets in India, and that's why we used to call him the Indian jet.
Of course, and then, you know, we saw that transition phase where he had to go for a complete rebuild. We saw him playing an initiator. We saw him a lot on the Sovas, and now, come at this moment in this lineup, he's acting as a sentinel, but we have seen him also double up as a secondary duelist, even in this one, going on that chamber, and he's just been so good, right? But now, the only question is, which other team really poses a threat to Velocity? Because they've been on an unbeatable run ever since.
And generally speaking, since even the big names do not really have a lot of changes in their roster too, so I highly
Reckoning.
seeing any sort of a change in the pattern of VLT's run inside of the
Global
Split
Esports.
compared to the Split 1. The upcoming game 2 is going to be between Reckoning Esports and Global Esports Academy. What are your thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, I'm really excited to see Paradox coming in, especially for Reckoning side. One of my
Paradox है.
you know,
टीम ओरा का वो पहले एनालिस्ट था.
Academy in the latter phases of Split 1, we did finally see
they
that
came back to
mold
life.
coming into some structure. They made a few tweaks here and out, and then they were in a position like Asterisk are right now. But now, Global Esports Academy have had enough time to work on them. So would love to see this new version of Global Esports Academy. I think this could go to a 3-map series.
Exactly. Global Esports Academy, they have proven themselves time and time in Split 1. They did come back to life later on, but are we going to see Global Esports Academy give a tough fight to Reckoning Esports? You will find that out after this short break.
Waiting for game. हाँ,
I'm good at what I do, believe me.
You come from my place.
Rest assured, I will accept nothing less.
Let's have fun out there.
Introducing your champion.
Pain, death, nothing phases me.
Let's land here.
No. Respawn beacon there.
I say we land here.
Negative. No mercy.
Some good. Hostile right here. Hostile close.
Even shotgun here.
All right, brothers. We got extra supplies here.
Evo harvesters are now available. Attention. First blood kill leader.
First blood has been taken. Oh, there's a new kill leader. Spotted a weapon supply bin here. Extra supplies. You would do well to use them. Extended heavy magazine here. Level 2.
Warning.
We're inside.
Attention. Kill leader appointed. Care package.
New kill leader. Surely you can take the title from them.
Care package coming in.
Extended energy magazine here. Level 3.
I say we move that way.
We're spread out. You're too easy to pick off.
We got ourselves a new kill leader. Leveled up. Upgrade time. Got myself an upgrade.
I'm going there. You would be wise to follow. Enemy far. Don't let them slip away. Half of the squads have been disqualified. We're spread out. You're too easy to pick off.
Champion eliminated.
Champion out. Time to step up.
Hater being delivered.
Replicator incoming.
फिर मर गया.
Taking negative. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Tracker dart out. Fighting. Reloading. Oh, they're shooting at me. Their enemy shield is broken. Go get them, Stinger. Reloading. Oh, I'm snared. Oh, I'm down. Nobody look.
Time to bind you. I've been there.
Enemy here.
Enemy down.
Signaling an airstrike. Airstrike.
Tracking an enemy.
No worries, brother.
The ambush begins.
I got you.
दमफक जैसा खेल दिया ना. शिट यार. एक काम करते, जब तक ये होता है तब तक अपन ना वो अपन खाने के लिए कुछ लेके आते हैं तब तक. ये आपका चलो. एक सेकेंड. ये आपका ये चलने तो मैं खाना लेकर आता तब तक. ठीक है.
After that crushing win by Velocity Gaming, we move ahead. Welcome back once again, folks. You are watching OMEN VCSA Split 2. And this is, of course, going to be the second matchup. I am Fixes, joined along with Scared It. And this is one of those maps where we are actually anticipating could go for the full stretch. It is Reckoning taking on Global Esports Academy.
To be honest, it's only you and me thinking it can actually go for a full third mapper. Necro has been constantly saying he thinks it's going to be a 2-0. To be honest, I want to know his prediction. What's your prediction, my man? Yeah, he's saying Reckoning is probably going to win 2-0. But here's the fun fact, you know, last time when both of these teams played back in Split 1, it went to a third mapper. And the fun fact was one of those maps was also an OT. Global Esports Academy, on the other side, was a team that could have closed that series out. But here's, you know, a few things, few tweaks here and there. There has been no change in terms of the roster of Global Esports Academy, but here's maybe a new addition or something along the similar lines for Reckoning Esports. So I kind of want to see how those new things will pan out.
Now, this is why I wanted to really double down on it, because in Split 1, Global Esports Academy, they were just recently formed. Bunch of rookies, got a lot of tremendous potential, and it felt like it was the testing grounds for them. But now I think they've been given enough time. They've been playing with each other for quite some while. So I think they've got their foot set. But for Reckoning, they've got Paradox into the mix. So he's going to make all that difference. We know he is an absolute bomber. You get him on raise. He's been phenomenal, spectacular. And even for Reckoning, they've got so much depth in their lineup. So again, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Split 1, yeah, it's done and dusted. But Split 2 could be a whole different ball game. But now a quiz question: who had the highest KDA in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 1? Was it Aces? Was it Ross? Was it Lightning Fast? Or was it Monier? Scared? You want to go with this? Maybe not, you know, answer this out, because this is for you guys watching this broadcast. Don't forget to scan the QR code and make sure you get the right answers, and then maybe Scared, he just drops the ball.
Yeah, I'm just going to say two of those players are from the same team, and now you may not know if those were the people who actually had the highest KDA. You know, there's quite a lot of things. If you followed Split 1, you should probably know the answer of that question. I think so. If, you know, I want to put my balls, I'm probably going to put it in the court of Aziz. But that's a different scenario. Here's the thing. He was highest in one of the stats, but it might not really be the KDA. It might also be the first blood. You may never know. So that's going to be the trick thing I'm bringing in.
All right, Dr. Scared. Just don't put everything out of the bag. Just keep it for our audience to maybe answer that question. But as we move on, taking a look at the lineup. So completely stacked up once again. BGG, Monier making all that difference. You've got Deadly 10. Again, another player to watch out for. You've got Tricky. And there you have it. The recent addition of Paradox. I think replacing the likes of RyuK, who's been there in their roster of Reckoning for quite some while, and Paradox coming in gets them that explosive oomph. And some might even say that maybe this team could actually go on and challenge the likes of Velocity Gaming also.
We'll have to see, you know, if that eventually works out, because they've definitely got the experience. Now, in terms of the experience, yes, Global Esports Academy do kind of lack that international stage experience, but they have been constantly scrimming. Ryzen, NV2K, UV, Smoke, Kibo. We clearly saw the potential that this team showed us all the way back in Split 1-2. They performed really well against the likes of Even Raven and X-Park, and against, of course, Reckoning Esports that went for the entire third mapper too, where they had the chance to close it in a 2-0 fashion. Maybe they were not able to do it previously. Might want to pull that one off this time around.
Now, starting off from the scratch, Global Esports Academy being invested, and I think they have been given all the resources that they need. Now that you mentioned, they have been scrimming with a lot of other teams, even internationally, so gives them that added edge as well. But, you know, this is the thing, right? This is what comes with you being very young. I think the potential or the urge to take those risks, you know, be unpredictable. Whilst when you look at Reckoning, they have been a sturdy lineup. They've got some veterans. And Global Esports Academy, I think all the players averaged are also below 20 years. So that could be that extra edge, that maybe that mysterious X factor that they put on the board. But here comes the map veto. So, of course, we kick things off. It's going to be Ascent, followed by Icebox, and moving on would be Split. So at this point, Global Esports Academy opting for Ascent, the age-old map that we all love, and then Icebox, and that I think this is a classic three-mapper setup that we have.
One thing that I really love in this map, Vito, is that all of these three maps were not played back in Split 1 at all. You didn't have Ascent that time, neither Icebox as well, if I'm not wrong, or maybe we had it, but they did not decide to pick it. But one thing, again, that I can see is the fact that Reckoning have done their homework. Pearl was a map which they lost. Global Esports Academy won against this similar team. So this time, they've just banned it all out. Global Esports Academy not wanting to pick up the Lotus, understanding that Lotus is probably the only map right now in the pool currently that Reckoning are very comfortable playing on. Most of their maps that they like to play on are not in the pool. So I think so this is a very nice move from Global Esports Academy in terms of the map. But the question is if they'll be able to pull their own shenanigans on the Scent and Icebox.
Now that's what, right? It's like opening the Pandora's box and not knowing what you're gonna get. But for Global Esports, they will be the underdogs once again, and I think that is exactly the stakes that they like to fight under. But for Reckoning again, Necro, he's made his intentions clear. He thinks that it's going to be an easy one for Reckoning, but I'm telling you, this is going to boil down to the wire. Of course, you can also let your predictions, maybe do let us know in the live chat section. But for me, I would be rooting for Global Esports Academy, and yeah, there's that inkling in my heart says that, yeah, Paradox, he's got that edge. Did miss out, I think, was the coach for Aurora, but this time, let's see how he plays.
That's the whole part about it. Right now, it's kind of the first map of Ascent, which is a pick of Global Esports Academy, so maybe they've cooked a few things up on that one, because we've been constantly talking about, and we were having this discussion prior to the map itself about the agent composition on the maps like Ascent, which normally had the Sova KO, which was eventually replaced by another double initiator of the Teho and a Breach. But here's the fun thing.
Whoa.
Global Esports Academy are mixing a lot of things up with picking up the KO, alright, for
got a Wele.
Info, Teho, and a Wele. Interesting. I like the fact that Reckoning is running with a double Sentinel composition, because this is one of the other comps that has been working out phenomenally in terms of the international stage. A lot of teams have run it even in the Pacific League, even the Americas League. So I like where they're going with this. But again, Global Esports Academy, I'm not pretty sure about Wele. Not a lot of teams running.
Yeah, I mean, Fritz and Spartus were also against the entire idea of Wele, but here Global Esports Academy are trying to prove their mettle and show the world that, yes, they might have taken some time, but now they are ready to take over. And a first test, a trial by fire against the likes of Reckoning Esports.
Yep.
It's not going to be easy, but who likes easy?
Probably VLT.
I mean, they make things easy.
Exactly. For now,
Yeah,
it's going to be a technical pause again.
That's
just to
fine.
make things a bit more difficult. But it's, yeah, as you said, it's absolutely fine. We're fixing it very quickly, people, so don't worry about it. We've got very capable people behind the screens as well. And it kind of gives us enough time to talk about how these kind of composition are going to run into each other, right? Because Ascent was normally played on the basis of two info initiators. One is the KO, which also provides you that pseudo initiation on the back of, again, the suppression as well as the couple of flashes. Now, in order to keep that thing, you've kind of changed a few things if you're Global Esports Academy by bringing in the Teho, right? You want to bombard the site with a bit of that extra utility. You've got that passive information as well with the drone, or rather the active one, once you decide to use it. And with the Armageddon, yeah, you're bringing in a lot of explosiveness. But here's the thing. There is a reason why not a lot of people like Wele. And the big part about that is with the Duelist, you want to create space.
Yeah.
Wele goes in and then eventually just jumps back out. So yes, you're getting the information. It's more like a very expensive recon by using two different skills, and it also puts you in a bit of a risky position.
I'm pretty sure they must have really taken into account of all these factors, and ideally we've seen Ascent being ruled by Jet ever since, and now really coming into play, even from Reckoning side, getting in Deadlock back into the meta over the recent past couple of months. We've seen a lot of these teams running Deadlock as well, and at this point so many different strats have been put into play, but this is what we were expecting out of Global Esports Academy, to be honest. Come up with something new, maybe surprise us. At this point, we need to gauge if Reckoning are really prepared. And now this gives them enough time to maybe figure out the mode of approach.
Yeah.
But deep down under, so far, the case in South Asian Valorant has all been about those aim duels, right? You see a lot of what W gamings coming into play. You see those proactive plays. You see all these teams going after each other, but all the actions folk is going to take a little bit of while to stir up.
I'm back, I'm back. What is up? What is up? देखो तुम्हारा भाई मस्त ब्रेड टोस्ट करके ले आया है, ठीक है। और अभी ब्रेड के साथ कर्ड, दही। कर्ड क्या बोल रहा हूँ, ज्यादा अंग्रेज बन रहा हूँ। What is up? What is up? चलो अभी हम मस्त से एन बैठ के देखेंगे, खाएंगे। सॉरी 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 कीबोर्ड का। चलो हाथ धोकर आता हूँ। चलो I'm back.
It took a wee while, but finally, folks, we are back. It's the OMEN VCSA
मैच
split
स्टार्ट हो गया
match
इतना
of
जल्दी?
Global Esports Academy taking on Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy having to start off from the attacking side and
पहला मैप पे क्या है,
intentions.
ग्लोबल का ना।
There you go, the dash comes in. Instantly.
इनका तो स्क्वाड में कोई चेंज नहीं है, वही सेम 6 मैन रोस्टर जो थे वही खेल रहे, बस प्लेइंग 5 में अभी यूवी खेल रहा है।
From the players of Reckoning.
Nice, nice, nice.
Insane. Reckoning getting a couple of openings out there as well. As soon as towards this ground, UV just saw that shot guard out there, and Heaven Tricky shows up a couple of tricks. Sends up one enemy remaining. Back into the home as BGG with the right pick of classic. It always works out at the worst possible time for their opponents.
Yeah, it does. And now Smoke here does not have any options though. Spike got already down.
Yep.
And it's far from home. But still, he's got to venture out. He's got enough time to work things off. 40 seconds on the clock. And an archer's task ahead. 1-on-4 situation. They'll try
30
to enter
seconds
inside
left.
the garden area, guarded by Monet himself, and 2 taps is all it takes. And Reckoning Esports off to a really nice start, well read from their side, as Global Esports Academy having a tough time in the pistol.
Absolutely. They were quickly pushed out of the B main as well with a couple of players. That was Deadly 10, along with BGG with the Paranoia as well as the GravNet play. It's just a couple of utilities and everything else was just used up for Global Esports Academy to try and survive after that. And then they went in over towards the A. They were just ready. Lovely approach by Reckoning Esports. And on the back of it, 3 Bulldog, an Outlaw, a Ghost as well with a full shield. So probably preparing for a rifle in the next one. But something we are all unprepared for. Happens all the way around. But you know, you always got to be ready for all of this stuff.
It's fine.
It's alright.
Just let it simmer in, because even for Global Esports Academy, they need to take that little bit of a breather there, just to relinquish from what happened in the previous round. But gives us enough time to talk about Tricky and how good he's been on Yoru over the past couple of months. An absolute demon at that. Deadly 10 also showing his prowess, being so flexible.
पैरा खेल रहा है, मैं देखा नहीं, sorry, मैं मोनेर को देख रहा था.
In fact, on the Deadlock and Sova on Paradox, we know he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and
देखो ये लोग कोई हाँ पैरा खेल रहा है.
does add that extra little edge.
तो मेरे को लग रहा है आरवी के चले गया है.
And after a really good start.
Yeah, I remember you brought up the point of.
Cause पैरा जो वहाँ पे बैठा वहाँ पे आरवी के खेलता था बैठ के.
For split 1, we also had the interview for him. Asked if he actually wanted to just sit for that coaching department, or is he planning of again competing professionally? I was like, we'll see what happens for the split 2. Probably had some plans out in mind, or maybe just went in with the flow as Reckoning pulled him up. And I think it's a pretty solid signing as well, right? Because he's
a steal.
One of the other players who has got the experience of Ascension. And I think so his team is the only Indian team, and that was Revenant, which eventually had the best run till now for any South Asian team in the Ascension slots.
Yeah, but that being put aside, it was a different team. Those were different times, but yeah.
The
few
experience.
shenanigans, and now we move on ahead. This time we've got E-side, guarded by Deadly. That Paradox already there. Will be deployed, and NV2K just almost getting caught off there. Low, but now that's not going to happen to Risen. Gets picked off on the catwalk, and now Deadly 10 getting a little bit eager though as the flood does come in. NV2K not having the best of HPs, a double swing, and Deadly 10 he strikes. Gets 2 already as Paradox is going to double up. And now Smokey Air lives to fight the tail. Against Tricky right in front of him. Will retrieve the Bulldog. Maybe also get the plant. A 1-on-3 situation.
Spike planted.
He's got the Paranoia to work with as well, maybe, but a lot of people in front of him.
Does, and there you go. Instantly put to rest. Monet gets that final kill. Will be an easy defuse. And Reckoning, they walk off second round. Easy peasy. Clearly had the loadout advantage there. But now this is where, heading on to the bonus round, get really tested.
Only one outlaw being lost as such, you know. I don't think so it's going to be a problem for them at all. And I do like the idea for them dropping the outlaw, just because it's not going to be as valuable in the next one as much as a Bulldog could be. A couple of shots onto the skull, and that's about it. And it's going to be a full shield for Global Esports Academy. Either ways, I do love the idea.
Time to jump.
Still got a Sheriff and a Vandal with a full shield, though Deadly 10 will not have anything for the next round. Let's lose this one, and it's an aggressive A start.
It indeed is. BGG just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. And he's been spotted out. Now they know he is there, but Deadly 10 providing that support fire there. Enough to keep them at bay. As of now, as
देखा आप लोगों ने कैसे वो डॉज किया वो.
Risen. This time connects.
मतलब एक पूरा परफेक्टली वो कितना मतलब
They were riling for
Sheriff though is trying to survive, but he'll eventually be pushed back all because of that utility. But I have to say the microplay from BGG was insane.
For now though, as Keyboard is trying to venture in. Doesn't know that Monair is there. Guided salvos coming into play. Still somehow keeping himself afloat there. Global Esports Academy, the flush does come in, but the trades quickly present over there. Clear the site. Get the spike planted.
Spike planted.
There's low in the HP though, but I don't think so that's going to be a problem. No paranoia available for BGG.
Oh, very good.
Putting him to his sleep as well. Converting the round, and that was an important one for Global Esports Academy. Not to lose a lot of members. Only one rifle lost, and I think so they're going to be super happy about it. But you know what? Let's bring the attention back. BGG was not supposed to survive in Vine. He literally jumped on top of the blast to try and dodge it. It was a phenomenal play. A micro that I have not even seen in international plays yet. I think so, you know, South Asian teams are now catching up.
True. मैंने VCT में एक बार भी किसी को ऐसे डॉज करते हुए नहीं देखा है. मतलब कर सकते हैं लेकिन कोई किया नहीं है रिस्क में. क्योंकि एक में टाइमिंग खराब हुआ तो यू आर डेड.
I mean, talking about this round, Reckoning not really fully committed. Still have Deadly on that Sheriff. This time though, just on that B side, Paradox going to be paramount here. Quite important as for Global Esports Academy heading towards area. Got BGG, gets an early pick, Tricky getting some support there.
Lovely.
But eventually traded, but Kibo is the one keeping things alive though. Munir gets more gear off, and suddenly the wings of Global Esports Academy just being cut off. Just like that, as now. Again, Kibo is gonna work it out. BGG itself so annoying.
Nice flash though, but nice trade.
Kibo does get that opener, and now Deadly 10. Did find that trade though.
कर तो सकता है ये.
Best of loadouts to follow up.
Full HP to 1v2, but position पता नहीं.
It's doable, but Reckoning, they've got other ideas.
Lovely timing being picked up by Moner when all the commotion was happening all the way around tree. He just went down in main and took down that fight, won it, and eventually established the control of the main to confirm that there's not going to be any split. And on the back of it, they just could hold down their own positions. They knew where the rest of the players were. Love the idea, and I love the macro play that Reckoning is pulling in every now and then. This is the coordination and the combination. You remember, Part is also mentioning the fact that Moner is the pillar of this team. If no one performs, Moner still will. 5-1-1 on a Cypher. That is like a fantastic game.
Yeah, he's pretty sick on that Cypher. Really impressing us, but for Global Esports Academy, really at this point, economically desperate to find rounds, but BGG, one fortress they have to deal with, and there you have it. Even getting caught in the trap wires there. As of now, will get an entry onto the side, but the spike still yet to get planted. The duelist already being taken off, but Risen rising up to the occasion, and this is where get a little bit of that inch of that Phoenix race, which does not happen. Badrock still there to shut him down. In a 3-on-4 situation, Global Esports Academy will have to get those post-plant positions ASAP.
Revealing all gonna go down to how Smokey plays this one. There we go, jump down on air, wants to go up close and personal.
2v2. Nice one.
Though will be taken, rather he'll be taking down Deadly 10. It's a big player. Not a lot of HP out there. Isolates the first one. Maybe gets the second. He absolutely will.
Now this is lovely stuff coming in from Reckoning.
जब वो मारा तभी swing करना चाहिए था.
What was doing for velocity, you want somebody to clutch it out, and
मैं तो swing ही नहीं करो, tap पे swing करो.
it's a nice recovery from their side, but they kind of dropped the ball.
They eventually did, but I'll have to point out one important factor in the early game. Both Paradox as well as, or rather Deadly 10 and Moner were playing all the way towards spawn. The utility was set up towards the A side. They've anticipated Kibo to use up his null command. So they wanted the util to be activated on the A side, and they did not put it up on the choke points, but they were rather for the kill trips setup. And they paired up both the Cypher trips along with the sonic sensor of Deadlock, so that if someone tries to break the trip, or rather if the players who's caught in the trip tries to break the trip, they will eventually be stunned up too. It's a, you know, sometimes these are these small micro plays that happen which catch you off guard, but they show you how much you've prepared with those comps. And I think so Reckoning has been doing a great job in terms of preparing with this.
Again, even when you take a look at the duels that Reckoning and Global Esports Academy have engaged in, I'm pretty sure Reckoning at this point miles ahead.
Yep.
I think Risen has been the only player who's really stepped up from GE Academy, and he's given those crucial entries that's needed. Those crucial clearances, but this time
एनवी को मारना पड़ेगा.
now back to their
वेले तो लिया है वो.
and Paradox.
They tired.
The B
We
area.
don't.
Intentions by the academy to venture maybe onto what's the B side. BBG, Tricky both building off short area, trying to venture out, get some information around mid. Look at this. I think they have that sensation.
I like it.
They want to venture this, but BGG being the one making that proactive play, and Keyborn really out of the picture in this round.
Gonna face up their hit towards the B side. The entry already there, down at the market as well as the rest of the team quickly move into the flow.
They do. NV2K, the mid area, Deadly 10. Gets caught off guard. And that's going to be a stinger kill. But Paradox quickly gets the trade there.
सपोर्ट मिलता ना तो वहाँ पे कीबो
The numbers again.
एनवी बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर बना सकते थे दोनों.
Really not having the best of HPs. Forget the weapons. At this point, it's just getting worse.
Yeah.
As Tricky just a couple of peaks away.
Obe.
Here. We know now his presence is felt by the players of Reckoning and will not even break a sweat.
15 HP for Ryzen. I don't think so he's gonna be clutching this one out. If he actually does, does not.
He's a stingy man, you know.
I agree. Monair though eventually catching that fifth one as well. He's got the neural theft up for quite a while now.
भाई वो कैंप कहाँ लगा रहा है?
Don't even need to use it because it's just an info game that's
यहाँ पे एक ट्रिप लगा रहा है.
I like the idea how they're constantly pushing down cat time and time again.
फिर
Ultimates available.
दो सेंटी खेल रहे हैं ना लोग.
Absolute bombardment. Just barring the null command.
कैंप यहाँ लगा रहा है और ये ट्रिप इधर
log
लगा रहा है. वो ट्रिप बार-बार चेंज कर रहा है.
Global Esports Academy need to find some space.
नहीं ये दो सेंटिनल खेलने पे ये कर सकते हो आप.
Another buy coming in from their side, and this time slow things down a little bit. NV2K. Other ideas though that require out. Oh, wise. Alright. Far so good, but Paradox. Set opener. Smokey, the controller dealt with. And now Global Esports Academy still, despite the fact, gonna venture in. BGG this time, he's gonna be that distance maker, but won't matter. Envy finds him off guard. And now Global Esports Academy, just like that, they have some control. Will plant a spike.
And even the Armageddon getting a bit onto Tricky. That's a big one. The numbers now finally dwindling for Reckoning Esports as it's now a 4v3. The ultimate's up, yes, in the hand. Armageddon, which was used up now, is the annihilation for Deadly. 10 needs to win the fight though, but it's UV. Eventually find out there, make it 2. Absolutely not, says Deadly 10 as he's ready with the trigger. 39 HP in the hands of Paradox. Recon available for next 27 seconds and they do not have 27 seconds.
थोड़ा वो है ना लैगी वैलगी है ना.
GE Academy this time finally get the round.
Important one as well. They eventually used up an ultimate in that one. That's the Steel Garden, but they finally figured out that over towards the side is where Reckoning are actually planting their heavy sentinel utilities, while mid has been left unguarded for quite a while now.
हाथ धोकर आता रुको गाइस एक सेकंड. खाना अपन हो गया. पेट पूजा हो गया. अभी हाथ को धोकर फिर अपन गेम पूजा करेंगे.
Because he can, TP out anytime whenever he wants to the gate crash. So I think so. This is a very nice approach from Global Esports Academy to eventually go for that B split now, but there's a heavy sentinel towards the B side. The weaker one, but can GEA identify that is the big question.
Look at this. Deadly. Really restless though. A couple of utils to play around with.
Missiles away.
And already had one along with Deadly 10 this time around. Esports Academy still to try and get in, and there you have it, just being pulled to death as Tricky. He's dealing a lot of damage already. 3 players taken down as we are stuck on Risen somehow. As Smokey again feeling quite lonely, alienated against 5 demons walking in the server.
5 demons indeed, I agree.
I'm back.
Just the Guardian in the hand has got
Whoa.
to work with as Paradox eventually get that shot right onto the dome, and it's also flawless, to be honest.
कौन जीतेगा लग रहा है? कौन जीतेगा बताओ? ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स या रेकनिंग?
They are doing that. Great job, to be honest, in terms of controlling the pace with the double sentinel. And here's the fun fact: Tricky can basically be at two different places at the same time if you're playing for the early 40 seconds. You'll just have to wait out for the gate crash timing to basically expire, and then you can eventually play your own cards. But wait for so long. Again, all the sentinels with abilities
वो ये स्मोक थ्रू खा सकता था. इत्तू से के लिए बच गया भाई एनवी.
actually got in. The mid approach worked out in one of the previous rounds, but nothing after that.
Looking at Ooh, this is gonna be deadly. Yeah, this time he's getting a little eager.
भाई गन होता ना दोनों डेड थे.
Damage done. Just BGG taking a little bit of that pinch. But Kibo, interesting one here. Gets his cage up. Now he wants to back down a little bit. Global Esports Academy.
A breeze split.
Really slowing the pace down. Just waiting to burst.
Shoot it all the way down on the back of the Falcons as well as a quickly jump into the side. Paradox eventually taken out. The flash was absolutely brilliant from Kibo. And on the back of it, they haven't lost a single player though and have taken down.
एक और राउंड में अच्छा खेले बे ये तो.
No alternative
एक पे
available on the other side.
और एक आई गेस ये लोग सेव करेंगे. बस ट्रिकी पिक्स के लिए देख रहा. अगर ट्रिकी 2 उठा लिए तब जाएंगे. बिकॉज विद एन ऑपरेटर रिटेक करना मुश्किल है. बोलते बोलते नजर लग गया. प्ले 3v3. फिर भी अभी भी थोड़ा एडवांटेज है आरजी पे. अभी तो है. अच्छा ये लोग
gets picked off. That's gonna hurt, and now Tricky is just gonna follow up.
भाई ये क्या रीटेक है ब्रो? वो लोग एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किए थे.
Esports Academy having no answers.
अरे यार ये राउंड तो हारना.
Very good retake there, executed, and this shows how superior they are in terms of what.
ये नहीं हारना था.
And now at this point, I do not know. How do GE Academy find their way outside of this?
They've got to pull something out of the box. Because every single approach that they're trying to make is being answered back perfectly by Reckoning. This double sentinel composition is... Just look at the amount of util on the A side, right? Let's pause, take a pause right now. Both the tripwires, both the sonic sensors, there's a camera as well out there, and the ball goes out in B main to try and get that stall. So that way, like,
साइफर देखो कैसे मिड पे स्टॉल कर रहा. देखो
as well, and there's an operator in the hands of Tricky. Beautiful. Where do you want to go? Pick your poison.
And inching onto it, and Tricky. It's been such a menace.
What a play.
And Global Esports Academy having no answers. Risen trying to get utility out of the board. Look at him, made the play there, and now he's here.
3k for him already. Maybe an ace with the operator, you may never know.
Why not? Go for it.
One enemy remaining.
Will deny him that luxury. Smoke dealt with, and Tricky gets that quadra. And with that being said, Reckoning stomping the likes of Global Esports Academy at this point. 8-2 the scoreline. Whilst I was a believer, seems like Necro, he's got a smirk on his face.
Not exactly though.
There you go.
Don't do that, Necro. Wasn't looking good at all. But here's the thing. Something that was really looking good was Tricky with the operator and the trap play over towards the B main, right?
Yeah.
You heard the noise out there. You threw out the grab net along with the recon from the Sova into the operator and the flash of Tricky. It was picture perfect. Getting both of the players out unanticipated though this time.
Not looking good, right? MV2K getting a little ahead of himself there. Gets punished instantly. No answer from GE Academy there. As this time again venturing through mid.
Don't go B.
Yeah, they have been doing that. This little strat, been trying to execute it. They've been getting those plants, but it's again those retakes coming in from Reckoning side. Out command being deployed at Paradox. No, this is absolutely disgusting. Through the smoke connects, and now it's an op war going on. QB, what does he do from this situation? Of course, they can get the plant though, but it's still against a 5-man reckoning. It's just ready to pounce.
Enemy mark.
Sheriff with a stinger in the hand as well. Not looking pretty. Just try and survive through the wall bang, my man. He will eventually.
Oh, this is not looking good. Monair and Deadly, they just combine and obliterate Global Esports Academy. If there was any scarce hopes of GE taking this round, has been denied. Another flawless. This is crushing, to be honest.
The fun fact was only Deadly 10 and Paradox actually took a chunk of damage. Apart from that, not even 1 point of damage on the rest of the players. That's a big problem. And again, you can look at the smartness of Reckoning, understanding that there's a null command on the other side. This time around, Monair all the way towards the spawn. His strip fires were active, and the fun fact, Paradox used the recon, but it got broken off instantly. So the tag that actually came in was through the camera of Monair. And fun fact is, it tagged Kibo while Ryzen was next to him, who eventually got caught in the operator shot. And that too after they bombarded that place with the guided salvos. It is just a massacre at this point. And in every single round, there's a new player who's using the operator. New side this time to it.
There's the Macedon. Committed and tricky this time. Being taken down, but Smoke A
Nice.
also follows up. Global Esports Academy changing the pace and the rhythm. This time, a little fearless, and that is maybe exactly what they needed. Get the side cleared off, and finally Reckoning Esports. They're getting tested. And Deadly 10. They take that shot though, but I think somewhere they've made peace with themselves. This round goes to Global Esports Academy till Deadly 10 and Paradox. Team up still.
He got one. He got one.
Definitely did. But look at this. Ryzen shutting him down, and there you go. The 4K coming in. Again, Ryzen being the hero for his team as they end this half on a 9-3 split.
Curse, maybe.
I think we did have this discussion. Gone are those days. Even given the pace of this game, Reckoning, they seem to be in control. Defensive side completely. That one fell swoop, and G Academy, they were tamed. And let's not even forget the fact that this is Global Esports Academy's pick.
True. It's been their pick. Something they really decided they're going to be better. The other side though, but if you think you've got a better, decided they're going to be better. It's been their pick. Something they really decided they're going to be better.
Looking at Reckoning, they have no interest to explore B. A is where they're headed at. Now Vice gets his moment of glory. Paradox right in front of him. Shutter brought down, and now Paradox is gonna get the plant. 4-on-4 situation. And not in play. It's gonna hurt Reckoning a little bit. Still have 4 men standing. 4-man retake going on for G Academy as they are starting to rile up. There you go. Good openers, 2K being brought down, but Deadly 10 answers back just to be shut down there. NB2K finally getting his moment as well.
Nice
now,
one.
Global Esports Academy, some thread.
चलो एक round तो जीते.
Get an important pistol round, get that 4th on the board.
The moment of going back for the refrag was absolutely insane, you know. He's like, hey, I'm here for the fight. You know what? I think so I'm going to change my mind because that bullet passed through my head and awakened a few of the neurons out there. While the rest of the team eventually followed on the back of him. That was a pretty solid round from Global Esports Academy, getting the B main control early on. They had a B lobby pinch, to be honest, just because NB was also there, ready for the fight, pushed out right through mid. That kind of worked out for them. 1-for-1 trade, yes, they got the information. The rest of the cavalry was over towards the edge. So all they needed to do was survive and buy time.
Appreciate you taking a moment. I'll keep it.
That's a lot of problems for you.
Yeah, I really like the early proactiveness coming in from G Academy. Despite being so far behind, not let it hinder them. And got those early frags, got that opener, and now Reckoning. A little bit of a fix. Not have the best of buys on their default classics and just huddling up. And trying to explore B. They've got UV in front of him. His setup, all intact. Take that shot. Gives his position away. Still not enough to deter a heavily stacked up GEA
Chalo.
at this point. They will take another round.
ये राउंड जीतेंगे ना 5-9 तो थोड़ा सा बोनस राउंड पे फोकस करना पड़ेगा. नाइस रीड.
Along with MV2K.
Nice one.
And it's a meat grinder. Ryzen is not letting them pass at all.
30 seconds left.
नहीं हाँ.
One after the other, just shelled
एक
down.
भी लॉस नहीं है. नाइस. ये अच्छा चीज है.
Academy finding some semblance of hope to latch onto. Another round, but again, a lot of pundits might say not enough buy for, in fact, no buy for Reckoning in this round. But this one, the upcoming one, is where they finally get tested.
But here's the thing, Global Esports Academy were not really preparing for the bonus round. Normally we see teams picking up a couple of ghosts as well, maybe a couple of vandals and something along the similar lines to try and then buy into the bonus and also have enough to buy in the next round and follow up on rather round number 4 to make things easy for the rest of the people. But that's not the case right now. They're still going with the Stingers, Spectres, Guardian as well as the Outlaw. But the fun fact is all full shields on the other side. So you either need to hit both the shots or you need to hit the headshot. Try and maybe get some value out of it. The fract active for him.
Look at him, just venturing in, trying to get under the skin of the players of Reckoning at this point. Around that mid area.
Drone is
Along
down.
with Tricky. And at that point, of course, Kibo, he knows there's some movement happening around mid.
Yep.
And it's going to be an interesting duel happening there around the short area. Got 2 players and BGG, that was a peak and a half. UV did not get time to even react. Got his head blown up and NV2K got a little desperate and BGG punishes him once more. Okay, he's got some respite, he's got a little bit of a trade though. Numbers still favoring Reckoning though, but Global Esports Academy, they bounce back.
One enemy
Situation,
remaining.
anything could
Last
happen.
player
Smokey being the hero.
Kibo has the timing. Oh no, footsteps heard. Now he knows where Kibo is. Spectre in the hand, a tap.
Oh.
Lovely fake by Monet, just baits him out. Then
चलेगा. उनका इकोनॉमी हेवी डैमेज है.
Reckoning Esports
अब देखते हैं.
almost losing their footings in the bonus round in a scrappy buy round against Global Esports Academy. Now that's a big confidence booster for GEA. Only 1 rifle carried forward in the next round. That means Reckoning will themselves have a scrappy buy.
No, this is what you like about raw talent, right? They did not let it deter their mental state.
Yep.
Even despite being punched so hard, still in the second half, it seems like it's a whole different version of Global Esports Academy. Took some time. And now at this point, Reckoning Esports, yeah, surely they have been clearly hurt. Divas, but UV anticipating BGG to come in like that, punishing him. This is where he gets to shine. He wants that vibe. And now, Monet, he wants to enter in.
And he's the only one to enter in, so the wall is going to deter the rest of the players too.
Does, but look at this, UV, strong as a rock. Not even flinching. Has one after the other.
Nice
Global
one.
Esports Academy.
Nice.
Cutting the heads and Reckoning Esports.
अच्छा खेल रही है. ग्लोबल अच्छा खेल रही है.
Oh,
No buy for this one. They try to force whatever they had for the previous round, and they don't really have big ultimates coming in for this one too, apart from just Tricky with the Stinger though. But you know, something common between me and the audience, as we both predicted Global Esports Academy to win this one. 53% for the audience prediction, while 43 for Reckoning Esports, and I'm pretty sure one of those votes was of Necro himself.
I mean, amongst the 43. Sure, but again, moving on. Oh, getting punished.
Not a short hit.
Really now, Reckoning. They're losing their heads, they're losing their calm. This is hurting them. Global Esports Academy, they're pinching on that. Getting that early kill. It's gonna set them off a little bit. Monier being the one getting those peaks, failing to deliver. Now the pressure is really starting to surmount. Seems like the tides have changed.
Here's the thing. The drone that was just now used over towards the B lobby has kind of given the fake information of B being empty, so maybe the players are going to shift towards the A side. That makes B...
Burn!
My ultimate is ready.
Oh,
Spike
disgusting,
down B.
disgusting. Of course, bear in mind, without any buys, just forcing it out. BGG merely on a stinger, deadly. Gotta work it with those classics, and now there you have it, UV. Oh, exactly, quite justifying that. Vice pickup over there, and yeah, now GEA Academy. It's safe to say they are back.
Oh, yeah, so... Yeah, I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying
Yeah,
that
say
to
that
the
to
person right next to you.
the big man, yeah.
I've been saying it for a while now, but here's the thing now. This round is going to be the most crucial one to determine the pace because of the major ultimates for both of the sides. Annihilation as well as Dimensional Drift for Reckoning. While Armageddon up and NV2K as well. Getting his own slow motion up. I really like to call it as slow motion because that's what the run made it into. And it's going to be a heavy play towards the A side.
It's going to be interesting.
Who's next?
Seems like G Academy also prepped up for this.
I love it.
Ricky, alright, Dimensional Drift. Two players spotted out. The Paranoia comes in. The third also out there. And now Kibo, he wants to go in. Let's see, G Academy. They have all that information. They have been compromised though. As Monnier. That luck. Around the area, UV present. UV deletes him. Monnier getting taken down and so much information. And Risen rising up to the occasion there. Somehow trying to survive. What just happened? As Risen gets a kill though. At the cost of what? BGG, Paradox, 2 players surviving now. So much committed. And Reckoning is...
Don't tell me Reckoning नीचे जाएगा.
How the heck is UV alive after all of that?
Lower brackets.
That's something that blows my mind right now. And these two players eventually were supposed to make a play. Crossfire. God, UV not looking good.
BGG.
30 seconds left.
You can see, you can feel them shaking right now.
And look at Smokey pushing out all the way from me. He will eventually catch the rest 2 players.
Yeah.
One enemy
Sitter, there you go. One goes out and put to rest. Reckoning Esports. Tables have completely been flipped, folks. 10-8 on the scoreline. And GE Academy. Oh my goodness. They're actually starting to do it.
And that has basically forced them to pick another timeout now. Reckoning. Using the first one in this entire match.
A little too late, don't you think?
I think so. They still have a decent amount of time right now, right?
Do they?
Yeah.
It's 10-8, bro.
It is, but it is one of their eco round right now, and they're on the attacking side, so I think so maybe. Here's the thing, you know, in the early few rounds, I did see a few ideas in terms of the attacking half as well, but there were a few of those deadlock defaults that you normally see, right? We're not really seeing any major plays on the back of the Gravnet and the Dimensional Drift. I did see them try to make one, but again, you can't really just rely on the Gravnet to hit every single time, because there are going to be moments when it's not going to. So what's your backup plan on the after that? And I think so it's basically you dedicating your paranoia as well for that. But if you do that, then you don't really have something for the site execute too. You need to isolate a few angles, or rather clear out a couple of angles on the back of it. So that's where they're kind of struggling. Tricky needs to use his splashes as well on time. There's a lot of things that you can do with this composition, but I think so Reckoning, the defensive preparation was on point. Global Esports Academy on their defense really know how to use this wave.
Especially of comments to UV. He's been such an important piece to the puzzle.
The Wise.
Been flawless so far. The way he's been playing it out, but Reckoning.
Pre-walk.
Yeah.
Drone going out.
Just partial buy coming in. And Smokey is present, just trying to thread the needle there.
No escape.
Nation NV2K opens it up. Monet already done and dealt with. Risen once again. Now caught in a pinch. Other players of Reckoning, and there you have it. Smokey follows up. One more in the bag. This time a little bit of shenanigans goes punished. BGG finds that entry, and at this point, look at the HP.
डेडली का एचपी देखो.
There were two players who literally had 1 HP in this one. Ryzen and Deadly 10. Rather Deadly 1. But, alright. Another round for Global Esports Academy.
Deadly
Now
one
boys
बोल दी.
the faces are looking lit up at least.
Yeah.
Just like yours.
I'm really happy. You know, for all the right reasons. Love that reaction on Necro's face at this point. He's gonna bite his words back, but yes, GE Academy, they are pulling it off.
But here's the thing. Now we've got some big ultimates as well. The Hunter's Fury, Annihilation. Annihilation has been up for a while now, so that could be used up to maybe pair a few things. But also UB has got his Steel Garden to counter. Last time he used it, the entire attack of Reckoning was stopped. So this becomes another pivotal round for this entire map and not just the half.
Crucial one on that. And look at this, Tricky. Trying to get some information. Fake out there. At this point, Deadly 10 finally finds some space. Gets that important opener.
And that's the smoker.
Yeah, and they're yet to commit.
Camera taken out.
Still have their forces attack. Spike headed towards a Risen. Looking a little bit unsettled. Still has NV2K. Little bit of a defensive position for him.
Now here's the thing. Reckoning know that in every single round UV has been setting up B. So A should be the weaker side, it should be the open side because there's no smokes to delay anyway. Yes, there's going to be the guided salvos, but that's about it, nothing else.
I know exactly where
To win it. Concept being deployed, and now, oh, this is where NV2K, he needs to win the duel. He does though, but still, we've got Munya and Paradox picking up the pieces, and UV out of nowhere.
What?
Too thin smoke, sprays down,
Planted.
and now has still kept Global Esports Academy in contention.
Got the Steel Garden.
So 2-1-3 retake. At this point, Deadly. Next round here, position compromise. It's gonna go into the peak. It's dazed. Deadly 10 for the Annihilation. Does catch one. And now UB, he's gotta be the hero, he's gotta be the star. Against 3 players. Looks nigh impossible as Deadly. They wanted a hero and he was the one putting up the mantle. It's exactly what Reckoning needed.
I like to say, I did like the idea of what UV was trying to do, right? Because normally behind the Annihilation, you would also have a couple of players watching it out so that no one breaks the opponent free. So he probably was waiting for any kind of peak on the back of it. But the patience from Deadly 10 was impeccable. He did not hear any shots, he did not jump up to peak. And that was the kind of patience you were looking from the side of Reckoning. A good execution, but it came on the back of that.
भाई 3 round जीतना पड़ेगा.
Smoke A was picked off. And on the back of it, you had the neural there, found the information, and another Hunter's Fury pick onto the Teho, if I'm not wrong, over towards the tree as well. But you don't really have those utilities for this round. In terms of the macro, Global Esports Academy are still winning. Maybe this time out is again for some kind of set play, which we saw all the way back in the pistol round. Maybe something similar is going to happen this time around.
Yeah, they've always threw the players of Reckoning off guard, right? And especially not just out-reading them, but in terms of the duels that they've engaged in. They've by far been the superior bunch. And now even Reckoning did take some while to get conditioned.
Yep.
Finally finding a round after 4 consecutive losses. It's definitely gonna take that momentum off, but an important one for Reckoning if they win. Head on to the map point. At this point, some intentions shown across the B side. Risen there. But look at UV this time. He's playing around Garden.
Yeah. The fun fact is, that's the adaptation of Global Esports Academy. They've also got the operator over towards the A side. I don't think so. Reckoning are going to anticipate that. They will. Drone's going to clear out a bit of information over towards the B main, but players are still in the lobby. They're waiting for Global Esports Academy to make any kind of aggressive play. This is a very expensive information in recon. You've just basically figured out where Deadly 10 is, and apart from that, nothing.
मोनेर के पास हाफ शील्ड क्यों है?
Spike
भाई नहीं आ रहा है क्या इसको?
They
अच्छा
wanted to go
साइफर है
to
ना.
A side, but now they're still calling it towards B. Maybe they're gonna end in a B split though.
38 seconds. Support and Shawl reckoning. Make that call. Deadly 10.
30 seconds
This
left.
time again Smokey.
Timing.
Has to be of the essence. All
Nice.
right, goes into the peak, gets smacked down. Smokey still standing tall, but tricky. He finds that quick trade, and there comes that flush coming in. Kibo still present, gets two. As BG
Ah!
combine it, and suddenly
Bro,
they
ये
dismantle
कैसे
GE
हट सकते हैं?
Academy.
Major plays from Reckoning. Just playing it patiently, making sure Global Esports Academy were guessing throughout the
Bro.
half. And eventually moving in for a B hit. The fake was, I wouldn't exactly say it worked out really well because it did not brought in any rotators from B towards the A side. There were just a couple of players there and they still stood there. But it came down to the fact where Tricky picked up a perfect timing to peek in from, or rather open things up for his team from the B main. Eventually got a pick on the back of it. And also his team positioning. Now this is an aggressive play from Ryzen, my man. You are a Teho, not a Wele. You don't have a refract.
Tricky. Alright. Just trying to push them back a little bit. Global Esports Academy. Two players starting B right now. Indeed it is, and they want to end this fast. Out deployed, Paranoia comes in. Enough to keep them at bay, but Tricky steps out and Kibo goes down. Munier will follow up. Smokey finds no respite as Reckoning just shred through and get the B site already captured in. Now the spike being planted.
Spike
And
planted.
this is where UV and MV2K left with no option but to commit. And there you go. UV still got some fight left as UV. Oh, that's that pistol. Almost brought down too low. UV still finds, still in the mix.
Last player
Now he's got to
standing.
work it out, not against Deadly. The last man standing will be NV2K. A fight. He's got to take all by his lone self. And Paradox, he's not going to give him that opportunity. He's going to get that frag and Reckoning. One up already against Global Esports Academy.
Beautiful play after those timeouts. Not dropping a single one though, but rather taking away from Global Esports Academy all of those rounds. A phenomenal play and a great calling. The patience was impeccable. They realized that they were eventually playing at the pace of Global Esports Academy.
Yeah.
And all they needed to do was slow things down. Just do what Vele normally does or forces you to do with their own skills. So I think so that's still a pretty solid game that Global Esports Academy portrayed, and it kind of reminisces of what happened back in Split 1, that these two teams, if they're colliding, it's going to go a long way.
It did go a long way, and at a certain moment, I think we had this feeling that maybe this time GE Academy was prepared, but it all comes down to you deploying everything you had, gave your life into it, almost staged that comeback the moment that deadly 10 round comes in, and suddenly they looked lost once again. I think it was all about that momentum game that was really putting GE Academy back into the picture, but then once it got taken away, it felt like they had no floor to stand on.
Yeah, and to be very honest, over towards the later stages, I think so Reckoning were picking the good sides as well, where the Wise was not playing. Stones, you didn't have to deal with the share as well, and they were trying to pull off a few bakes as well on the back of it, left and right. Even though it did not work out that well, it still gave you a few of those timings to pick up, and on the back of that, your players eventually got a few pickups. I think so Reckoning were doing a fantastic job on the back of it. Yes, Global Esports Academy almost staged their comeback back in their own defensive half, but one thing that I really like is the fact that this is Ascent. We know that it's a very defensive map.
Yeah.
This thing normally does not happen in South Asia. Mostly teams get the rounds on attacking side. So I love the fact how teams are picking up the international meta as well, and are also utilizing a lot of those ideas into their current form.
I mean, I love the agent selection coming in from GE Academy. Really, it was a breath of fresh air to see some new agents being brought into the picture, really being executed. I mean, so close yet so far, just that one other round, and yeah, I understand. I think you're still of the opinion that maybe another agent could have bettered the odds, but the MVP, who else than this young lad, especially when you've got so many imports coming through, still finding his footing. You've also got Paradox, but still stepping out, and with Deadlock getting that MVP, Deadly 10, you young lad, take a bow. What an investment.
Phenomenal one indeed. He used to play Duelist back when he was playing with the Middle Esports lineup under Sai's leadership as well. And I think so even at that time he was performing brilliantly.
Yeah.
But with the way how he's now adapting to those new roles, I think so he was also playing a bit of an initiator back in Split 1. Now switching things up and sticking down to the Deadlock as well, or rather the Sentinel role. I think so the way this guy has grown and evolved, that is very, very impressive.
Journey from a boy to a man, and he is really starting to surprise us.
Yep.
And finally stories will be told, and it's just the start in Split 2. But taking a quick look at the stats, 13-9 was the score. For a moment it felt like it could be an easy one for Reckoning, but suddenly GE Academy, they switched gears on the defensive side, really possessed a lot of in fact a lot of threat to Reckoning, and sooner or later, once they got conditioned, and just on behalf of that one round coming in from Deadly 10, and that's all Reckoning needed to close it out. And it's been a team show so far. Paradox still taking his little time. Would love to see him on Raised next, but for Global Esports Academy, Ryzen, I think he's definitely made a lot of noise.
Indeed he was. And he's got a full kit that reeks a lot of noise. And the fact he's got 5 first kills on a Teho. Now, to be very honest, that is an impressive stat, but eventually if you're on an initiator role, that's something you would want to avoid as much as possible, to be honest, right? You don't want to take those first contacts, but that is one of the you could say things that come if you pick up a Waylay as your main duelist. So yes, I still don't really love that pick. I think so there's a lot of rework needed to be done on that one, but you know what, it's absolutely fine. You wanted to try something new, did not work out for your team. Maybe on Icebox you've got something new planned.
No, talking about the very structure of it, when you're talking about South Asian Valorant, it's always been about prioritizing those duels, right? Getting into those fights and winning those battles. And Ryzen realized that, the more tactical he's trying to play, it's not working out. So might as well just go all out and maybe try to get those openings. He did, but yeah, fell a little short, as a result of which GE Academy now are 1-0 down against Reckoning, but still 2 more maps hopefully await them. But that will happen after this short little break.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
The wolves are howling, but the young guys are now shivering. But is that shiver because of the wolves, or is it because we're going to be jumping into the icy lands of Icebox? That's a question which will be answered soon. Please wipe that smoke off your face, Necro. I know what you're about to say.
No, that's not what I'm going to say, but I'm really surprised with the way Global Esports Academy played that previous map. Given quite a tough competition, I'm pretty sure even for a moment, Reckoning Esports were sweating off in that map because they themselves knew whatever we're trying to bring on the board is just not really working out. Global Esports Academy, for a moment, it felt like they were just winning a lot of those duels that Reckoning Esports is challenging them to.
But that's the fun part about it, right? Yes, Global Esports Academy were winning a lot of those duels, but it came down to that first half itself where the scoreline was a 9-3 and they could not just get a round or two maybe on board, which would have given them some extra bit of lifeline to work around with, or either force Reckoning as well for their next time out. But you know what? What's done is done. What's in the past is in the past. Right now, there's a new beginning, because this map of Icebox was not there back when we were playing in Split 1. Neither of these teams played on this map, so it's going to be an entirely new land which will be traversed by both of these teams.
The main point of concern is that Reckoning Esports, since they've already got the momentum underneath their belts, we know what can happen now. Reckoning Esports, they've already got the confidence that yes, they can steamroll through even on the map of Icebox, and we have seen this map time and time, even in the past. We know Icebox is such a tactical map, but these teams, they need to play on tactical level at the same time as well. If Reckoning Esports is going for raw duels, and if the opponent team wants to bring in those tactics, they need to make sure they're spreading up a lot of trap plays.
I have to agree with you on that one. But you know, there's a big difference on this map as well as what happened on the previous one. Ascent is very defense-centric map.
True.
Double Sentinel basically makes it impossible for you to break through those choke points and hit on the side. Icebox on the other side, this is a kind of map which even me and Spartus and Fritz were discussing, that you don't really need a duelist on this one, just because there are so many choke points that you technically need to break. You can just run it all down, and there's not a big gap between the side and your own spawn itself. So still, both of these teams overall in towards the agent pool are gonna stick to a few new things though. A Harbor being brought in by Kibo from Global Esports Academy with the Harbor Viper composition, which if I'm not wrong, PaperX ran all the way back in Pacific. But that too was probably last year. While Reckoning on the other side, running with the Teho, Yoru, pretty solid or rather decent one for them too.
So when it comes to Duelist, it's more about the escapability that the Duelist has. You can take the risk at the same time, minimize it as much as possible, because you can instantly back away, even though if you found yourself in one of the worst possible spots. That's why, in my opinion, having a Duelist in your roster means a lot. For example, Jed, if you move on towards the A side, if you find yourself in an awkward spot, you cannot move away instantly if you're playing a Sentinel or an Initiator, unless you're playing with a Chamber.
चलो मैच शुरू हो गया guys, let's go.
And in my opinion, Chamber is sort of like a 50% Duelist. He's always being played that way. But hold on to that thought. Reckoning Esports starting things off quite aggressive this time, pushing a frozen personal through the tube. Already, trades did happen back and forth. Global Esports Academy once again starting to do some serious damage, and NV2K is wrapped up from the back as he shuts down both of them. A 3-on-2 on the board. Reckoning Esports in a big world of trouble because they do not really have the man advantage anymore. And Reckoning Esports still trying to deny the side take as much as possible, but it's already taken away by the foes. Deadly 10 might just have the striking advantage, but he looks away. But still, he flicks back on the target as he shuts down Smokey. And V2K follows up as well, the same line, but Ryzen, he's going to be the only man left alive now for Global Esports Academy.
45 HP.
Things going to be much more smoother. Deadly 10 with just 10 HP. He was not able to pull that clutch, but still valiant efforts.
That was absolutely phenomenal, to be honest, from Reckoning, and clearly proves you that even for a second, you cannot look away.
That was incredible from Reckoning Esports. They pretty much brought that round back in their hands on the brink of loss.
I agree. But again, it was NV2K who eventually set things up for Global Esports Academy, right? Because it was this push through the Viper's Poison Cloud where NV2K moved up towards the snow pile, then just quickly jumped up over towards the tube to catch the players and make it a pincer. I love the approach. I love the quick anticipation and adaptation. On the back of it now, it was down towards the A.
As I mentioned, if a team's playing tactical and the other one's playing super aggressive, playing for raw duels, setting up the trap place is going to mean a lot. this point in time, it feels like Reckoning Esports are really relying heavily on those trap plays. Beautiful snake fight that was. Man was not able to escape that. But still, Paradox gets a nice two-piece with the classic. Doing some nice damage. 2 players taken down. Even if they manage to get one more, the bonus round can be denied in the future. So Reckoning Esports just needs to aim for one more kill in this one.
I agree.
BGG on the flank, the main impact player, but he whiffs a lot of shots.
Last player standing.
But still NV2K's taking down real low. Maybe now he can get a bit more of those kills. BGG's whiffing too many shots at this point in time. He's only got 35 HP, but he's also got a paranoia to work with.
Both the players are low in the HP though, but the off angle of Smokey, absolutely crazy. And on the back of it now, Global Esports Academy converting the anti-eco round as well, and that to fairly healthy with 3 of the weaponries being carried forward. Again, simple straightforward one. Let's rush down towards the A side. They scale up on the back of the Harbor High Tide and then quickly move up as well. I like Cascade use too, because yes, it did not deny the offense to the other side, but at least it denied them all the vision, and you could scale up on the back of it. Strength, but also at the same time a weakness of Harbor, because you can't really disrespect your own Harbor wall.
All missiles away.
From Paradox. Get that nice two-piece. Just a classic. Actually got that round in the hands as well, but Reckoning Esports aggression paying off. 3 quick kills on the board. Now just leaves this round with a 2-on-4. Global Esports Academy, heavy losses on their side. That turret's gonna spot the player now. They know exactly where Smoke A is too. But they do not know if the man's crossed all the way towards Kitchen. Reckoning Esports maybe going for the reclear can actually help them as well, but Smoke A, intentions are pretty clear. He does want to cross all the way towards that Kitchen area.
It's gonna be watched out for. UV as well as there. Probably created a distraction.
Nice one.
Lovely 1-2 play from Global Esports Academy. Pulling down the teammate and then bringing it all the way. It's winnable, right? Because Paradox is down to 46 HP.
That was such a great bait play.
But look at Moner.
Yeah, he's wrapped up deep. A lot of map control, but unfortunately he did not go deep enough.
There's the Killjoy turret as well.
30
so
seconds
they'll eventually spot him. Now, he does. So they know that they're basically pushing all the way up. Maybe towards B side?
It's fine though. That's going to help the players of Global Esports Academy be a little bit more quicker, move on towards site, know exactly what's going on around them, and that's why the spike plant's going to go through. Still the man advantage in the hands of Reckoning Esports.
उनको पता है इस तरफ है बोल कर एक बंदा मेन के तरफ.
Global Esports Academy sealing the deal on this one. Big pick from the side of Monair. That's going to be the first one on the board. UV did try his best to fight back, but it's still not going to matter. Global Esports Academy, after winning,
चलेगा. उनके 3 बंदे मरे हैं. इकोनॉमी डैमेज हुआ है.
The most important one.
I'll have to say that's kind of a big mistake or a big bummer by Smokey. Put up his own Viper Ball and then disrespected his own Viper Ball, understanding that there was someone.
And it still felt like they were clueless about Monair's position, even though they heard the turret going off. So they should have known that there is someone towards B main.
Exactly the point. So that's the reason why I kind of like the plan towards the backside. But then again, just one decision making. It's fine though, because they were able to take away 3 major weaponries from Reckoning. Only 2 rifles carried forward, and that's why Ready 10 right now sticking on to a Sheriff with a full shield too. But NB2K is ready to take the B main orb to get the nice up and ready.
It's Reckoning Esports though at the end of the day. Just a few guns taken away is really not going to stop their flow. Global Esports Academy, they have been playing like a well-knit machine.
It's the orb.
Get out of my way!
Reckoning Esports, once again, thriving for the map control.
Stacked side.
And as you mentioned, the side indeed seems quite stacked. 3 players available. One all the way back towards Snowman, 2 players right on the side itself. Global Esports Academy, they're walking into a major death trap. And look at this crossover from Monair. This can be brilliant. As long as the man's position's not compromised. What a flash peek that was, but still, he whiffed the opportunity, and the chance is now stolen away as Global Esports Academy once again swing back to life. Deadly 10 with a Sheriff in the hand now. Man needs to connect with shots, and he does as well. But in the end, gives his life away. A 2v3 still can be converted. Armageddon in hands.
Possible now. Getting out a bit of information, but I love the idea of Global Esports Academy. pushing it up all the way towards the spawn as they heard where the drone was, and it's all down to Paradox now. 15 seconds for the salvos.
Highly doubt at this point even Paradox is going to try to go for any sort of util plays. The man's just going to try to isolate the aim field straight up. He's not going to try to put a lot of brain into it.
Grenade is live. This is
He's
how
going for
it
the ult.
ends. All missiles away.
1v3, still the man's not giving away the hopes of winning, and yeah, disrespecting the wall like that is of course gonna meet the makers. I'm not exactly sure what sort of game plan that was from Reckoning Esports, because Armageddon can help you in so many possible ways. A proper retake could have been done with that ultimate, but instead Paradox used it to try and convert a 1v3, which of course the odds were completely stacked against the man.
And now they don't even have the buy for this round, so it's going to be a save. Global Esports can easily...
Yeah, terrible decision making.
Yeah, it can be 4-1 with that lineup, and they can also have the snowballing ult economy because Kibo is one away from his own reckoning. UV is one away. There's not gonna go.
Oh. This time around, the man's running thin on patience, but he still looks away with those shots, and that's where NV2K really comes back to life.
Ultimate ready.
Global Esports Academy once again showcasing that presence, just like every other round towards B main. And UV's the man holding mid, making sure that they're not going to be flanked. Global Esports Academy, these set plays are really working out perfectly well for them.
I love the macro idea as well. Pick up the B main orb, get the reckoning ready. See maybe if the A main orb is remaining.
I suggest you move.
It's not as absolutely fine. They go up on the back of reckoning, should be able to get the plant out.
They vacate the site. NB2K once again pops out at a different level. Tricky
Nice.
take it down at the end of the day, so eco round, so we cannot really expect a lot from Reckoning Esports, but a series of rounds.
फ्लॉलेस निकालेगा नहीं
It's gonna hurt them in the longer run, but hold on. Could have been a fighting chance.
नाइस
But still, Reckoning Esports, they lose it.
NV gets a 3k on 14 HP.
Yeah.
That's just bonkers. Almost halfway through for his own blade, another blade storm to be very honest, and Kibo, after using the reckoning, getting
out.
a plant down, because on the back of it as well. Can try and just keep on snowballing though, but on the other side, Moner has got his own Viper spread up, maybe wants to play aggressive over towards the B this time.
Don't get in my way.
Beautiful. It's kind of lost the sight down. B2K did realize too much threat in the front. This time
कुछ
around,
डैमेज हुआ है क्या मोनेर को नहीं
the orb contention. Players deciding to back all the way towards the A side. You can see even the defenders are ready. 3 players are primed towards this site.
Just holding it down now.
Toxin screen down.
Funny, this stalemate situation's just gonna give more confidence to Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy, in my opinion, they need to make their takes pretty quick.
I kind of like the idea though of them constantly bullet spamming that Viper spread, because
You
on the
should
back of it,
run.
you also had a couple of players rotating there, but again, the lockdown up for UV should help you empty the entire site, and I'm just going to respect it, have anything to break that lockdown. Giving up all that space and ready to hit as soon as they hear the clock tap.
As I mentioned, Global Esports Academy, they needed to be
30
quick
seconds
with the
left.
take, and that's what they've exactly done. Reckoning Esports just waiting on the other side of the wall, waiting for the wall to fade away. That's what exactly happens. Esports Academy, just look at the offense this man was creating, but NV2K committed to the fight too hard. But a trigger discipline play is coming into way, and that's where Ryson is gonna strike. Was able to get some nice value for his own teammates, but Reckoning Esports once again strike hard, and they strike back. As Global Esports Academy, they lose as the second round in this series.
Trigger discipline, yes indeed, maybe a bit too much out there if I'm not wrong. Tricky probably found some success on the back of it, or at least some of the information, so a big investment round as well for Global Esports Academy with the lockdown too, and a lovely retake from Reckoning.
I think he did okay, but his teammates were at fault there. They should have realized that, yes, one of our men is in prime position. Maybe let's not go for the peaks and let's try to stay alive.
Early. Could have prayed for that life too, but again, have Having a look at the prediction of the audience too. It's still Global Esports Academy this time with 58%, while
Interesting.
2%, you know, 1% fall down after that first game, even though it was a map pick off. Global Esports Academy, and that is a bit silly.
Interesting. At the end of the day, Global Esports Academy, quite the fan favorite one, huh?
Oh, lovely shot by Envy.
That's going to kick things off. Global Esports Academy really doing good when it comes to those duels. Enemy tag. Wait. Good tag as well. That's going to catch the players off guard, but Monair's position still left out. No one knows exactly where Monair is, but look at this. Global Esports Academy just backing away from that. Moving towards A. Even Monair trying to regain the spot back in his hands. He's trying to flank all the way towards the backlines. NV2K's HP is not a lot.
Yeah.
There is the turret available, so that's going to give Monair's position away.
It's probably watching mid though, so it's not actually going to give the position away of Monair. But alright, there's the alarm bot out there, and it's going to be another reckoning though in 3 or rather 4 rounds.
Oh no. Reckoning utilized, and as you mentioned, with that, once again, the site's going to be empty. Hunter's Fury 2 invested by Risen to try and get anyone out.
Oh, that's
and
the
Monair's
lockdown.
Flag comes to the way. Monair's even able to find one. That's going to create a big panic in the hands of Global Esports Academy. And Risen, his position is now noticed by Monair too. Monair knows exactly what's going on around the block. But unfortunately, his position gets caught, and he was not able to get any sort of value with that. Leaves Deadly 10 all by himself in a 1v3.
Monair play बना सकता था.
So much more, but he messed up big time. Could have gotten a lot of value. And Deadly 10 with no other option left than to back away and play for a save.
Major ultimate round from Global Esports Academy, and they've converted this as well. Just a save for Deadly 10 because that's all he can do. Paradox with 0 in the bank, Tricky with 0, BGG, yes, a decent amount, but Monair only 600, and he had the perfect opportunity. But you still can't take away the fact that Global Esports Academy, on the back of Reckoning, they quickly went in on the side, used the Viper's Pit to utilize that space, and then when the lockdown was used by Deadly 10, they brought out their own Hunter's Fury to try and take care of that lockdown. That is, again, a very solid macro play.
Just really happy that Global Esports Academy is actually giving such a tough fight to Reckoning Esports. Really not making it easy on them.
You know what? Bryson really needs to throw a different recon now.
Probably.
He's been predicting it since years.
Even though it's being predicted,
what?
The shot still gives away the position.
ये कैसे
They're just so proactive. They're already roaming on the entire map like it's their own house. But in the end, Hito still strikes. And just like that, Global Esports Academy once again started to get the quick back inside of it. But Monair's position is going to catch a few players off guard.
भाई ये thrifty तो नहीं होना था bro.
Smokey, the only man left alive in this circumstance. And I highly doubt Smokey can do a lot in this position. Last man known, Smokey's trapped. He cannot go anywhere. Backs away towards the tubes. But Smokey, what can you do? It's a 1v3 and the opponents are now fully armed.
Toxins going up.
Still backs away.
Yeah,
He does not even have the spike, so he cannot even go for the winning blow.
And they can hear him. Wherever he's deciding to go, they can hear him. Now he's gonna cut off all the noise though.
30 seconds left.
Jump.
Poison orb emitting.
27 seconds. 27 seconds remaining on the clock. He can't take the spike and go for the plant. He has to take the fight. And I think so the round should be over by now because Global Esports Academy are already winning.
Yeah, I highly doubt he's going to try to go for a win in this one. Mainly it's going to be all about saving this weaponry that he's got in his hands. But no, instead even that gets denied. For Reckoning Esports, this was a prime round that they've taken in their hands. And this conversion is going to help them so much in building up their economy in the upcoming one.
I agree, because they were just W-keying phenomenally on all the fronts. They kept on winning those fights. I did like the idea as well, because Global Esports Academy was just one enemy. And fun fact is, Monair has constantly been pushing the B main after taking care of that recon. And I don't think so Global Esports Academy have realized that yet. But maybe after this timeout, they're going to discuss this and probably punish Monair for all of those pushes, because The reason why Reckoning is always having more members on the side wherever the execute is going on for GEA is because Monair is taking a lot of space in B main.
He indeed is. A timeout coming through from Global Esports Academy because they know they've just lost one of the most vital rounds. Is NV2K even going to go for a buy? That's my question. He's going to have a Blade Storm up the moment he gets one more Ultimate Orb. So I'm pretty sure they're going to test the Ultimate Orb in this round itself and give the man the Blade Storm. We'll invest into a full shield though.
चलो ये तो हो गया.
Just has enough for the upcoming round. No, instead he's actually going to fully invest into this round. Gets a Stinger, full armor.
Fair enough.
Interesting. If he wanted, he could have actually saved the crits, go for the ult orb, and play on the back of the Blade Storm. But no, instead, NV2K invested everything. Let's see if it's actually going to work out or not, though. Push, which is clearly not working out. Ricky was able to catch the man on towards main, and Monair is more than enough to handle these players. At this point in time, Global Esports is getting manhandled. And here's the main issue. If Global Esports Academy is not able to catch the pace back up after this round, man, it's going to be a big series of rounds back in the hands of Reckoning Esports.
Normally when you're playing on Icebox, you probably want 4 or 5 rounds on the defense, and after this, Reckoning will have 4 on board. They've also got the operator working in for Tricky, and the first shot was absolutely nasty. It's about time maybe. Flawless pick. And another one. Monair gets a 3Ks, one away from his own Viper split for this round too. Great adaptation from Reckoning, understanding what Global Esports Academy want to do. They're denying the extremities of the map to them.
Told you. The moment this happens, we all know there's going to be a big series of round now, converted by Reckoning Esports. In Global Esports Academy, they're just going to be there shook. The upcoming round, they don't even have the money to go for anything, so they have to go for a save. Sheriff's on the board, a shorty in the hands of NV2K.
Get out of my way.
Let's see how much impact they can actually do. Yeah.
Try and catch someone. Tricky's got the operator for this one though, and there's a gap in the cascade.
That gap's really not gonna matter too much, but the man's already snuck past him, and that's the main concern. Good shot, and he instantly TP's away, but even NV2K was able to get a nice pick onto Paradox. NV2K now knows there is someone.
Oh, nice.
But deadly 10 overextends and gets caught. These individual duels that are being challenged by Reckoning Esports is now digging up their own graves. This should not have been done in the first place.
Kibo is one away from his own Reckoning. He's got the right.
Oh, but hold on, Monair. This man is definitely going to get a lot of impact done. Smoke A and his Ryzen. Just a 2-man squad. Can they make a lot happen? That's my question. But no is going to be the answer, as BGG will be the kryptonite against Global Esports Academy.
That's a massive pullback by Reckoning. A round that was almost lost, a thrifty almost into the making. They were able to pull it all the way back up. Couple of shots being missed out by Global Esports Academy, eventually hurting them a lot and biting them in the back. The Wolves yet again.
मेरे तरफ से नहीं है गाइस, ठीक है, मेरे तरफ से तो बिल्कुल नहीं है। ठीक हो, चलो मैं आई एम सेट। एक अपलोड कर रहा था, कर दिया मैंने अपलोड।
Scaling up on the back of that owl drone, which spots absolutely nothing.
I suggest
Two players ready and primed. Reckoning once again utilized. Even the wall's going to cut off a bit of that entrance for the opponents. Reckoning Esports backing away, respecting the opponents, and their space that's needed.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
Sort of info. Luckily enough, NV2K did not shoot, but he still gives away that position on top of the screen. Recon dart, and at least he's going to scan a few players on either side of the screen, but still Global Esports Academy, They're getting absolutely manhandled by Reckoning Esports. 2 more players remaining. Man advantage in the hands of Reckoning Esports. It's a 3v2. Well, now make it a 2v2. UV. Difference maker
Nice
in
one.
this scenario. Gets another man.
Nice one.
Is taken care of, and UE single-handedly delivers a 3K to make sure that Global Esports Academy is still in the race.
The timing on the back of it could not have been perfect. Just holding it all the way down, the first hit from Ryzen and then the recon. Even though he was picked off, he made sure that the next 2 players will also be threatened. And that's why on the back of it, you could also see one. Didn't see where Kibo eventually went down because of the guided salvos though, but it's absolutely fine as long as UV was standing up strong. He's also got the lockdown available for this round. One away, Paradox, so they want to play aggressive over towards the end. They're going to be able to do so.
Reckoning Esports this time around, they're done. Running thin on patience, and just like that, Global Esports Academy getting absolutely shut down. Did not even have a chance to try and fight back because Reckoning Esports, they came in with vengeance and revenge in their mind.
At least ये मैप में ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स अच्छा फाइट दे रही है.
Yeah, it was just straight up go push and play on aim. And it worked out for Reckoning Esports. They realized what their strength is.
Macro in this entire round was to get the AWP for Paradox so that he gets the Armageddon. You know what? Let's rather forget the AWP and let's get all the heads that are being offered on the other side though. No fight back on the side of Global Esports Academy. A big problem, but it's absolutely fine. On the defense now, and they've got 5 ghosts up. Ryzen is buying 2 shock darts, so that's interesting. I'm just gonna send down Kibo all the way towards the B main with the alarm bot, so rather a few changes here and there.
Imagine Ryzen plays for one of the OG strats.
Scanning ahead.
Goes to the spike plant, then plays on the lineup with the shock dart.
The only difference is he's on defense.
True that.
Maybe for the other side?
Oh yeah, but they don't have to.
No, rather you throw your shock dart.
This half's gonna mean a lot for both these players, and specifically this round. Reckoning Esports, they have got the momentum rolling for themselves.
Huh?
They have won a lot of rounds back to back.
ये क्या smoke था?
That's such a nasty smoke by BGG. He smoked off the alarm bot, and this smoke, I mean, no one has any idea. This is a big brain play, and Reckoning have won this round right now.
You never know, though. It all comes down to those duels, too, at the end of the day.
Saying it.
Reckoning Esports, they have found themselves in quite the great positions, and as you mentioned, that smoke, it's really helping them be a bit more proactive. BGG was able to still do a lot of damage, and maybe this damage is going to help them secure more kills. But they're back away from that spot. Gets a kill towards Snowman as well. Trade still happening back and forth. Now the fight's taken down to a 1-on-2. Deadly 10, the only man.
Nice one, UV.
That as well. Reckoning Esports, they lose a round that they were supposed to win.
They did everything right. Every single thing right until the duels.
I told you, it all comes down to duels at the end of the day. And that's where Reckoning Esports messed up.
Big time though, but rather, you know, I'll have to say Global Esports Academy, even though they were caught by surprise, they were able to pull it back up very quickly. Understanding the gaps that they had to fill, and eventually avoiding most of the danger too. Winning out all of those duels itself with a ghost in the hand, a phenomenal play. I'll have to say NV2K was eventually a bit too lucky out there. First getting down to 22 HP, then also the next shot through the wall bang, only dealing 10 damage. Safe. Say he was now with the Guardian on top of 410. A bit of aggression, still holds his own ground.
Genuinely speaking, Global
Nice
Esports
one.
Academy, this is where they can stop the momentum of Reckoning Esports.
नहीं भाई इतना एग्रेस नहीं करना है बस वो तो चढ़ेंगे ही
Can once again spring back to life. His teammates is going to push a play personal. He gets another pick, but he's the only man alive, and that's the main concern. And Global Esports Academy, quite a quick swoop in this one.
जेट बेकार का मरा पीछे आकर रिपोजिशन करता ना कस पोजीशन पता चली गया था.
Solid solid play again coming in from Global Esports Academy. Of Guardians, a Bulldog as well, and a Sheriff with a Ghost and a full shield across the board. That's interesting. Maybe some extra money in the bank account. Man is willing to donate, but
I will be their nightmare.
Legion shield for Moner. Half for Paradox, but there's no Outlaw on the other side, so that's not going to be any kind of problem though. This time, they're going to probably go towards the B side.
Okay. Drone backs away, still unscanned. They do not know if the man's there.
Poison's off.
Global Esports Academy, they've got a lot of intel that they're playing on the back of. And Tricky, it was not even a tricky play, but still the man fell prey. Now 4 and 5 to kick things off for Global Esports Academy. They don't even have the suitable weaponries to try and defend themselves. This seems like a Reckoning Esports round if they play their cards right. Paradox gets taken down real low. The man's now starting to face some real heat. But still, BGG was there to try and get the trades on the back of that. A 3v3 in the end in Reckoning Esports. They've lost the advantage they had. But look at Deadly 10 is wrapping up all the way from the back towards Snowman. He can definitely cut off the player in the front, and what a quick flick that was. UV shuts down. Once again, advantage back in the hands.
Bye.
2K, he takes the advantage away and brings it down to a 2v2, but still the HP advantages with the Reckoning Esports boys.
But look at the
30
position
seconds
of Ryzen. He can eventually get a freebie on Tricky.
Spike planted.
Unless Tricky turns around at the worst possible moment, and he's not. He's actually moving up
Oh my
front.
god. Surrounding awareness, Tricky.
Ryzen.
Come on. You got to know that there is someone on the back.
Oh my god, he gets spotted.
Last player
Not good.
standing.
Even his teammates falls apart. Ryzen does
अबे
not
गन
have
था यार एनवी पे थोड़ा तो प्रेशर डालना चाहिए था ना सामने से ब्रो वो भी होल्ड किया रहा है
available, but I highly doubt it's going to be that useful. Specifically,
थोड़ा सा प्रेशर क्लाउड स्मोक अपड्राफ्ट करके ताकि उनका ध्यान उधर रहे
crossfire setup too, quite beautifully. Tricky's waiting for the peak. As the peak is done by Ryzen.
अरे यार ये छोटा छोटा पूरा बोनस निकल जाता
Taken away. Not enough time now at this point for Ryzen.
I love it.
Wasting too much time, but still Moner's going to do the job.
He's gonna do, but is he gonna be able to
No.
run away? Yeah, he ran away from the explosion. No, the fun fact was yesterday lost the round, but he was playing to make sure that the rifle gets dropped down on the floor. He was trying to buy time for that, but eventually could not buy enough time out there. Only 25 HP, and both the players were able to survive. Economical damage, my man. That's a smart macro play out there, but
Yeah, it didn't happen though.
here's the thing, you know, we're seeing some big gaps in the defense of Global Esports Academy because of these big low plays. Time and time again, and I think so that's a bit of a problem which they'll have to deal with because can't really rely on the alarm bot because of those nasty smokes from BGG time and time again. And let's be honest, Smokey needs to stay alive when he's
Pretty
anchoring
much.
the side towards B.
We have seen a decent amount of raw peaks from Global Esports Academy. And at this point in time for Reckoning Esports, they just need to be extra cautious. Once again, they've got a similar setup, just like the previous round too. Deadly 10 all the way back to VCSA. Unfortunately for Smokey, he catches a bit of that damage upon himself.
Lucky.
Even that wall's going to chip away a bit, but he's backs away to safety. He does have 58 HP available. Good enough to fight back. Reckoning Esports, they've already showcased a lot of presence towards the B side, but Deadly 10
अरे फिर से वो
is trying to execute the evil thoughts. Deadly 10 on the lurk towards mid. Can his flank be successful enough? And unfortunately for Smokey, once again getting a little too ahead of himself. Went for the peak, he wanted to go for the control, but
30 seconds
unfortunately
left.
that control gets denied by two of the players that were available behind the containers.
Nice one, Envy.
The wall too, and Envy. Once is Tricky, make it
remaining.
not just
No.
one, but rather three.
I double
अरे यार ये डेडली भाई
Down, but still the plan is not there for
Lark.
Deadly 10. The defuse is coming through, and Deadly 10 himself knows that it's impossible to pull off the round now, so might just go for the safe. And that's what he does.
I mean, it's again a questionable decision from Reckoning though this time around. They had the site as well and then pushing out through their own wall. Wanted to go for the pop flash play, but the couple of players were playing anti-flash. A good idea from GEA, anticipating that Reckoning might want to do something like that. Or maybe just or rather the apples fell into their
You know,
basket.
that's been one of the main problems of the South Asian region player, right? They
extension.
always let their intrusive thoughts take over. And over here too was a clear intrusive thought that yes, I might just get a lot of kills if I pop flash out of this wall, but it just did not really work out.
आया क्या?
Could have been a shot. Unfortunately misses by Pixel. Now this time it's going to be quick take for Reckoning Esports. It's always been worked out for them. The Global Esports Academy just lined
Nice one,
up.
bhai.
A bucket available in the hands of Monair. Does find one.
भाई मोनेर बहुत ही ना
It's on the vandal too.
मतलब
Unfortunately, Kibo. All
साला कुछ भी करके
off the skull to cut it off.
तो ऐसे सुमड़ी में घुस के मार देगा, फिर गन ले लेगा, फिर क्लच कर देगा. बहुत इरिटेटिंग प्ले है उसका. लाइक मैंने इन गुड सेंस इरिटेटिंग मतलब समझ रहा, सामने वाला इरिटेट हो जाएगा यार कितना वो वैसा.
Pretty good utilities for the retake, but 4 ultimates available on the other side, barring just the lockdown. There should be Reckoning Esports round on the back of Tricky.
भाई इन पे 4 अल्ट्स हैं.
Also got the Armageddon up.
Yeah, they've got a
अब
lot
ट्रिकी घुसेगा अल्ट पे.
They want to push all the way towards the A side while maybe Monet.
Oh no, the first duel lost. This is going to be catching them off guard.
One HP में बचा वो.
The amount of intel the man's converting. That's insane. Tosses out a clone too to catch the players off guard, and Reckoning Esports is already roaming inside of the site. They've already invested 2 walls, but beautiful placement out with the shock dart. Ryzen's able to shut down the man who was going for the plant, which is Paradox. A big mechanical god not in the game anymore. And this round can still be in anyone's favor. BGG on the opposite side of the wall, just waiting for someone to peek out, and there we go! He was able to shut down Ryzen, but just a 1-for-1 trade's not going to help your team. Tricky and Deadly 10 right next to Monair. While the man advantage is still stacked up with players Reckoning Esports, Monair's going to go for that quick spray transfer to shut both players down.
And they also use the lockdown in this one, so it's not available for the next one. They wanted to brute force their way through this retake. And eventually, it was taken down. Paradox though was picked off because of those shock darts perfectly mentioned, but one rafters on the back of that Harbor Cascade being picked out. Interesting to see that it's Reckoning Esports who actually take a timeout in this situation. I think so it's more so gonna help the members of Global Esports Academy to discuss what went wrong in the previous round.
Depends. Reckoning Esports, whenever they go for quick takes like that, it's been working out for them. It's rare that Reckoning Esports is losing rounds when they're going for quick takes like those.
Yep.
So in my opinion, Reckoning Esports should keep on doing the way they have been doing it so far. Just go for those quick takes towards the sides. Do not really let the opponents think too much. Because the moment Global Esports Academy even get a glimmer of what exactly is happening in Reckoning Esports' books, they instantly counter them.
I agree. And also, I think so NV2K now needs to play a bit more passive. He's constantly taking a lot of space over towards the A and is being picked off time and time again. Similar thing could be said for Smoke if we're over towards the B side. So both these anchors would need to play it a bit more safe, maybe a bit more smart. Operator being brought in. Interesting to see they're still squeezing something up for a buy as Smoke just sticks with a stinger and a half, or rather a full sheet.
Revealing area.
Risky round though. If we lose this, then Reckoning Esports will equalize the half.
Reckoning Esports doing exactly what they did in the previous round as well. This time too, being quite quick. Paradox looking forward to invest.
This is how it ends.
The Armageddon as well. And that's being done. That's going to vacate the site once again. Reckoning Esports is going to free roam on the site like it's their own. Reckoning was utilized to try and get the retake back in their hands as quick as possible. Hunter's Fury as well invested. And that's why Reckoning Esports, they instantly need to back away from this take and maybe move back towards the B side itself. From the shadows utilized to try and get the spike control back in their hands. But Ryzen in mid is trying to cut off the rotation. Now uses the recon dart too to try and get some intel, but Monair did not even care about that recon dart. Still went for the raw peak, shuts down the operator. And now it's anyone's piece of cake. Reckoning Esports, they've got the B-side control. They do want to go for the plant as well, but they just do not really feel that freedom yet as they go for the plant. And now Global Esports Academy with the man advantage, they can try and go for trades. But still, it sounds tough. Reckoning Esports needs to win every single duel that they're taking. They cannot go for one-for-one trade. And that's exactly what Global Esports Academy is looking for. Another one-for-one trade. They got the man advantage at the end of the day. Beautiful pick from Deadly 10. Even Monero strikes.
अरे यार ये rounds कैसे throw हो रहे हैं?
And Reckoning Esports, they steal the round from the grips of Global Esports Academy.
The spray down was impressive. I was about to say that the cove needs to be there and then the refuse needs to be stuck, but Kibo eventually getting picked off out there. See from that POV to a pretty solid execute from Reckoning Esports, but I did like the idea from Global Esports Academy with the Hunter's Fury yet again punishing Paradox this time around. Second round in a row where he's fallen on the back of the utilities by Ryzen. He's been doing a pretty solid job on the back of it, but no other player being successful in terms of those trades. Yet again, a B stack now is going to be execute.
You should run.
Previous round, the only reason why they were able to stop that A take was because of that Reckoning now is available. Now, as lockdowns invested, everyone from Global Esports Academy needs to back away and respect the opponents, and that's what they exactly do. Paradox is going to go for the plant without any problem. That's the plant's done. Ricky is able to just line him up without any problems, without any struggles. NV2K on the side did try his best, but his best is not enough.
Now it's going to be a 10 and 10 half yet again. Neck and neck game for this one, even though this map pick is of Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy had that lead, but it's being stolen away. Solid pop flash as well. He was fully blinded on the back of it, and then Moner just moving in for a couple of those trades. Now this basically puts the dimensional rift a bit more closer.
Keep up.
For another use, maybe an off plant or rather a plant or just maybe Nob and back on the back of it. Again, impressive game, but this time look at two players. They're looking for any kind of B main as well.
I can't use that.
More of a bait.
Esports. This time around, toning down the pace a bit.
Scaling towards the B.
Fiddling with the opponent's mind. Smoke is still ready though. As Cross is trained, he can expect someone. And he indeed is expecting. But BGG still pretty quick on that trigger. Smoke out of commission. They've already got the B side control. And now, since they've got the B side already in their hands, Global Esports Academy instantly needs to play for the retake.
Calling my bot.
Everyone in Global Esports Academy in a big panic. They know what to expect and what not to. Luckily enough, at least the rotation's there, but the main problem and the main concern for Reckoning Esports is that the spike was not there.
I got this spike.
That's why you see such a massive delay. If Global Esports Academy wants, they can disrespect these smokes and try and move up to the opposite side, but if they do so, they will be greeted with a lot of bullets to their dome.
Yeah, because they don't really have any kind of flashes to do that too, but NV, one pick through the smoke as well. They don't even have the go to actually go for the defuse. They've got to force these fights.
And oh my god, on the back of that cascade, on the back of that wall, he knew exactly where Kibo was. This is
वॉल करेगा तो कोई पता चल ही जाएगा ना.
An absolute mastermind. The moment he saw the wall come out, he knew exactly where the harbor was. And Munair, with his big brain plays, is also securing another round for Reckoning Esports.
दिमाग लगाया वो.
On the board.
And no money as well for this next number 22. Massive play by Reckoning. Throughout the game they were trailing, but then again, as you mentioned, small micro plays, though, seeing where the cascade was from, bringing it down through the smoke, getting a pick as well, and instantly transitioning it. A lot of it is being relied on Smoke to anchor down the B side, but the man is being picked off constantly because normally you've got the denial set up on B. You leave it with one nano swarm and let the Viper do the job right now. Play by NV2K. Kibo getting a pick on BGG.
Solid stuff. Global Esports Academy at least starting things off with an advantage in this round. They do not really have the weaponry advantage in this one. Okay, shields taken away, just 85 HP on the back of that, and now Smokey does not have any other option than to back away and respect the opponents, but Ricky disrespects the wall once again. A pop flash right on the face of Smokey, and now that advantage that we spoke of in the hands of Global Esports Academy, it's taken away. And Reckoning Esports is starting to stack these bodies on top of each other. Now the P side looks like a graveyard. And UV, all he needs to do is just wait for his teammate to try and make a big brain play. He was able to catch the first man, but no, NBTK, even he's able to get a lot done. At least that's going to bring down the man number of Reckoning Esports. They had a massive advantage, but even the spike taken away, and UV, this man is at the top of his game. He's feeling himself.
Sticking.
He's coming through, and UV once again.
Time?
Pretty quick, but does he have enough time? That's my question. And yes, it's going to be the answer.
Nice retake, nice retake.
After winning that round, that's going to be
2v4 retake here, 2v4.
They pulled that round back from Death's grip.
2v4 being converted, but it's on the back of the heroics yet again. And I think so, you know, for this previous round, I'm not going to say it's Smokey's fault. Yeah, you would not really anticipate Ricky making this kind of pop flash play. The fact that he was not even traded out there, though, I think so the idea was nice from Smokey to try and deny the plant for as long as possible. But Ricky has been very, very annoying, and it's an attack operator this time around from DP over towards the bait.
The main concern is
locating targets.
That Reckoning Esports is really giving these individual peaks. And that's why the previous retake was even possible in the first place, because Reckoning Esports was playing aggressive for no reason, peeking angles that they did not even need to. 2K's position is now noticed. Even the dash gets cancelled out. This could have been massive, but no, he still backs away. Luckily enough, there was that wiper smoke.
The other side there. It's alright, they're gonna hold it all down. Small noise being cut off. Still, it's a stat side. Now it's gonna push all the players back. Okay, he's been ahead of the curve.
It's not really enough, man. Just had a Spectre to work with. And Reckoning Esports once again piling up these bodies of Global Esports Academy. 3 on 4 does seem quite executable. Kibo needs to go massive, needs to stop this fight plan that's coming through. He is panning as well. But unfortunately, the spike's already planted. Paradox backs away to safety towards main. This operator's gonna find a lot of value as even Ryzen gets put to sleep.
Lockdown.
Big brain play needs to be made, but what just happened? Reckoning Esports playing against the time, playing against the odds, but they still win the round. These rounds are extremely close.
Global Esports Academy did not anticipate Reckoning moving ahead of the curve again there. They thought maybe they're going to respect the lockdown, they're going to try and leave the pit at the very last second and then try to survive, but it seems like
just look at the economy.
It's going to be broken. They were just not ready for any kind of fast play, rather. I think so Reckoning Esports are just outsmarting the members of Global Esports Academy this time around.
Every single time. These micro outplays are really costing Global Esports Academy the rounds. Now specifically looking at what they can do and what they have in store as well can also mean quite a bit. 20 seconds left for this tactical timeout.
Light on करता हूँ guys.
He's going to try to put everything on the board since they do not really have the weaponry advantage in this one. They're going to try to pull out every single dirty trick they can.
Maybe an aggressive play over towards the A main?
Maybe.
But again, even Reckoning have constantly been showing up over towards the A side. You really want to fight them head on in a 4v4 where you don't have the weaponries. It's a big question mark though. Maybe push out from mid. It seems like none of it. They're just splitting it down to a 2-1-2 default where the Killjoy is going to hold down mid. Don't know if UV also has got any of the other units. Maybe. The Viper spread all the way towards the A side to try and hold this position down. But again, the rope is open. It is not covering the top of 410. Can still try and brute force their way and move all the way towards the backside. That's going to render the Viper bit useless. Oh, look at mid. It should spot Monair. Someone's heard that. Stick to the pause. Look at the smoke. poke the turret off, and that's the reason why even UV is already moving over towards the kitchen side to make sure that there's no one lurking there.
Scanning ahead.
Bot taken care of to keep someone on B side. They want to brute force their way through the ropes over towards on top of the Viper's pit. See, I told you.
They did. The Global Esports Academy. They were able to find the first one, but then BGG once again trades it back in his own hands.
Coming back.
All missiles away.
Esports, they've already got what they wanted, and now it's the site take itself. Even the Omen smokes are now just denying the vision of
30
Global
seconds
Esports
left.
Academy.
Second is available.
It is, but I'm pretty sure at this point in time, Reckoning Esports knows themselves that they just need to play on the close play, unless Envy pulls off a miraculous play.
Oh, BGG just moves to the other side. This is insane.
Told you. Envy's gotta be the big man in this play! And if Envy's able to find a lot of value, then a lot of things can be done. A lot of things are possible. BGG
Not
he
planted
knows
by
that the diffuse is coming through. He is able to get those kills, but it's just not enough. BGG in the end gets shut down. And we're going to overtime.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Overkill out there
Switching
on
sides. Need to drop
from the shadows. A nasty play, and after such a long time, we saw NV2K actually going in on that flank play.
हमारे यहाँ पे करता था देखो ड्यूलिस्ट लर्क कर रहा है.
Round to pull such stuff off. Small mishap out there. Monet has been out fragging out of his mind. BGG 19 and 18. While NV2K steps up for his team big time. Smokey as well, I'll have to give it to him. Even though the first one pick was kind of risky, he still was able to catch one. Now the back of it now, they're back again onto that attacking side as we move to the OT. What a way to start day number 1 of VCSA. Right on.
All missiles away.
First we're seeing an OT, and Global Esports Academy has got a history for the OTs.
Speaking of history, and at this point in time, Global Esports Academy, they don't want it to repeat.
Blocking sight.
Oh, on to that thought, Reckoning Esports, deadly 10!
Spike
The
down
man comes
A.
back to life.
One enemy remaining.
Quick 3K on the
अकेले
side
कैसे मार
itself,
दिया?
and now that's going to fumble up the players of Global Esports Academy. Deadly 10 does get shut down. The man in form is not in the game anymore, but still a 3-on-1 seems quite tough to execute, specifically by Smokey. Smokey has not been feeling himself this matchup. Taken down at 70 HP. Paradox, I'm not even sure what happened to him in that entire duel. But Paradox, it felt like he was just not ready.
He's been facing a lot of problem right now, and with the way how he eventually gave the noise, wants to create a question mark as to show maybe he's coming from mid. He's got 30 more seconds now, but
30 seconds
there's not
left.
a single peak that he's getting. I think so on the back of it,
Oh,
to
no.
do anything. And yeah, BGG is gonna clear out every single thing, and this rope sound is gonna be heard. On top of 14 right now, and it's Monet for the win. Reckoning move up in the lead.
Solid stuff from Reckoning Esports. And now all they need to do is just win one more round. Such a back and forth that's been going on specifically in the late game itself. It's like Reckoning Esports is also messing up. Even the opponents, Global Esports Academy, are messing up big time. From both the sides, it's equal damage tilt.
The question is, how did Deadly even get the second one? It was a
Let's fly.
nasty flick to the right.
Thanks.
Just don't see that happen regularly, but for this game, Deadly, he's been getting those impact frags, I say.
Blocking sight.
Time to jump.
NV.
Here.
Global
Here.
Esports Academy. This operator, Envy was just able to get one, but that's the duelist down. It does not even hurt the players of Reckoning Esports too much with that pick. But Envy taken down, the operator not in commission anymore. That's going to be big side relief for Reckoning Esports. Global Esports Academy does not exactly know if Reckoning Esports is going to be committing to this site. You can see that hesitation.
Deadly.
And Deadly 10 is ready with his crosses trained, waiting for someone to peek out. This recon dart is going to give his position away too. Now Deadly's trapped. He cannot even move away from this position. Maybe now he can. Does escape. packs away to safety. B-side's already in the hands of Reckoning Esports. That's flawlessly taken over. And now Paradox just needs to plant and back away to safety.
We've also got the operator as well in play in the hands of BGG right now, and this was the nemesis that they could not handle. Got a couple of cascades available, and also there's a go, but is it enough?
Unfortunate stuff. Rising shot. BGG strikes down UB2. And Reckoning Esports starting to line up the bodies off the opponents. Global Esports Academy gets disrespected in the end. As Reckoning Esports, they close out the series in a 2-0 fashion.
The way how you just looked at me while saying that, it's absolutely fine though. We witnessed the OT, and I think so. The story of global
चलेगा, नाइस ट्राई यार, अच्छा खेले.
an OT map
ओटी तक लेकर गए रेकनिंग टीम को. तो
that's gonna remain the same. Be it
बहुत सारे लूपहोल्स तो है जिसको एक्सप्लॉइट कर सकते हैं टीम्स रेकनिंग के. और बीइंग लाइक बीजीजी बीइंग वन ऑफ द
they played against
पैसिफिक प्लेयर्स आईजीलिंग करने के बावजूद
this time around though the map of Icebox, which was
टीम में थोड़े से लूपहोल्स तो हैं.
they could have very well closed out as well when they had the lead, but it's absolutely fine. Reckoning doing a
या पता नहीं दिन ही खराब था
adjusting and adapting. Now
बीजीजी का.
that's where
वाज
you
वो
see those micro plays
ही इज
as
द आउटलॉ गॉड ना.
ideas as to how to counter your opponent's lineup, and I think so Reckoning this one is a new revamped roster which is looking scary.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports is indeed looking pretty solid, but let's not forget there's still a lot of those matchups that we haven't witnessed yet. We still have teams like .exe on the mix. We still have Revenant X-Park who needs to showcase themselves tomorrow. So in my
एस12 नहीं बोला,
making any sort of a
याद रखना. एस12 नहीं बोला ये.
we never know, even velocity can be countered
देख
by
लो.
Revenant X-Park. Anything can happen in the future stages. But what
.exe और रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क बोला, एस12 नहीं बोला ये.
Not something we all were expecting out there.
उसी .exe के साथ मैच है ना, उसको ही हराएंगे. देखो कल
But I expected this one to go for all the third maps. I wanted to see this series.
थर्ड मैप जा सकता था. वो जो इको राउंड थ्रो किए उसकी वजह से नहीं हुआ, वरना थर्ड मैप तो इजीली.
Esports Academy going to win against Reckoning Esports?
I thought Reckoning are actually going to move up in the upper brackets to maybe face up with an opponent or so on the next one. I like the way how both of these teams were playing, to be very honest. Yes, there were a few mistakes here and there, but you could clearly see the ideas of what they were trying to do. And on the other side, the adaptation was also on point. It comes down to those intricate timings that you need to pick, specifically by Munair, which he was doing perfectly.
I'm not gonna lie, I just want to have a look at Revenant X-Park and Velocity Gaming now. Because these two teams seem like the top, the creme de la creme. So I would just love to see how that one's... Sure, but tomorrow we've got some interesting matches too booting up. But this highlight itself, I mean, quite back and forth, specifically in the final few moments of the game. For a moment, we thought that maybe it can be Reckoning Esports taking the round, but then instantly you would see a heroic play coming through from the opponents, and they would just snatch away. So even Global Esports Academy were quite a big surprise. The MVP of that previous game is going to be Munair, with 27 kills and the ACS of 278.
Perfect performance. You know, you can change the maps, you can change the teams, but one thing remains constant, and that is the fragging of Munair. He's always on top for his team. Picks up the perfect timings as well. Viper seems like a very solid role for him. And again, having those 27 kills, just 3 shy from that beautiful 30 mark too. Again, shows you the domination though. But in terms of the first kills, neither of them were able to dominate. It's 13-13, equal distribution. But the places where changes come are those post plants. Only 8 times Global Esports Academy were able to get the side, while Reckoning were able to get it 11 times and converted 7.
Much better on their attack.
Yep.
And for Reckoning Esports, that's been their strongest suit as well. The moment they move on and amp up the pace, that's when Reckoning Esports was able to win majority of the rounds too.
Yes.
And you can clearly see it in the stats as well. And speaking of the stats too, we all know the MVP from the side of Global Esports Academy is going to be NB2K. 24 kills, 21 dead, solid stuff on the board. Even UV was not doing too bad. He was quite the heroic playmaker in a few rounds.
I agree. Overall, even Kibo getting a few of those impact frags out there. But again, since we're already on the topic of impact frags, we know Deadly being the guy who was all stepping up when his team needed. Those 2Ks, 3Ks when he's holding on to the side, over in the OT as well. towards the A when it seemed that maybe Global Esports Academy are just gonna run it down and maybe get every single thing that they want from that A side. Deadly 10 was like, nope, I'm still standing here, gets the 3k, boom.
Exactly. Match MVP of that previous game is going to be Munir and the ACS of 233. And of course, first kill is just going to be one. Since he was the controller, he was not really the one to enter the site. Instead, of course, as duelists were the one doing that job. But Munir, just that consistency is something that's helping him. And we all know consistency is also going to help you move on towards the Ascension qualifiers.
He's been having that consistency since Split 1 itself, so I think so. Reckoning Esports now just need to utilize this to their utmost perfection and the best potential, and I think so maybe they can eventually take down some of those Goliaths as well, because I'm pretty sure that now they're going to be facing against VLT. I don't want to say what I've picked up in my pickings, but it just seems to be yeah, it's going to be a fun affair. That's all I'll say. Maybe we might see VLT going 2-0, maybe we might see Reckoning pull something out of the hats, you know, maybe a rabbit.
Just
maybe
be
a
honest.
swan.
What have you picked in your
VLT.
pickings?
VLT.
Yeah, but what's the
Obviously.
scoreline?
2-0. That's what I think. That's what I think is gonna happen. But you know what? That's not the matchup for tomorrow. We've got some other matches ready for what's gonna happen tomorrow.
Tomorrow's matchups are definitely going to be quite interesting because we're going to have teams like SDUL, even Revenant X Park, even .exe step inside of the mix. So those are definitely going to be quite the interesting matchups. Let's have a look at the updated brackets. As we know, Velocity is going to be facing off against Reckoning Esports in the upper brackets matchup. But tomorrow, we're going to see Revenant X Park going up against EXO. .exe will be facing off against SDUL.
Absolutely. EXO IND is gonna be another team which made its way all the way from Promo Relo and now are ready to maybe take on these big giants, big Goliaths. While on the other side, previously known as OG, now .exe is ready to take on this S8UL, who've also got one change in their roster, you know, but I don't want to keep, I want to keep that as a surprise. I don't want to spoil the entire party today.
Tomorrow we're going to be up again. And tomorrow's second matchup is going to be between SDUL and .exe. What are your thoughts about .exe versus SDUL? Who do you think is going to come through victorious? You know what? Tell me your predictions right now.
The fun fact how you did not even ask me for the Revenant X-Mark game is absolutely insane, because I know we both probably have the same answer for that one. For the EXO, you know, I have to say for .exe and S8UL, it might actually go all the way, but I think so S8UL, they're looking pretty solid though on paper. I think so that one change which they did is eventually going to add a bit more firepower to their roster, which was already pretty solid. And I think so they were showcasing that over towards the end as well of Split 1. So maybe if they can keep that consistency.
Yeah, they woke up a little too late inside of the Split 1. That was one of the main reasons why we did not really see a proper comeback from SDUL. But with that being said, the day one really does come to an end off the Split 2 of the Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some interesting matchups. Once again, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Scarediot. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself.
Day 1 of VCSA 2025 Split 2 खत्म हुआ with 2 matches going as 2-0, but Global Esports अच्छा fight back दी compared to Asterisk. समझ रहे हो? So कल है SATL versus .exe. SATL इस पॉइंट में मेरे लिए पेपर एक जैसा है, फुल तोड़फोड़ करके W ट्रेन करो भाई. चलो W ट्रेन से याद आया, अपने को करना है गेम प्ले. क्या गेम प्ले? The new game. Let's go. Whoa.
Engines online.
Established.
Pacific Rim vibes Bay. Press to dash in the direction you're moving. Yeah, press to throw a combo punch. Hitting enemies with the combo punches will charge your meter. Press once the finish meter has charged it to finish your attack. Okay. Press to do a palm step and reduce Rocket punch. Press when the finisher is charged, will activate a rocket punch. Yeah, trigger your dash as an enemy is about to hit it. It will trigger a perfect dodge. Perform.
A Titan broke through. The energy relay is under attack.
If that core explodes, the city goes with it. Dimensional barrier is shutting down. We can't stop it now. How long do we have?
Not long. The reactor has sustained heavy damage.
Whoa.
More Titans ahead. Support team. Deploy weaponry.
Pacific Rim vibes na? Kaiju. क्या है ये? Perform a perfect dodge to super.
Sire, player is approaching the core.
The barrier is critical. Relay overloading.
We need to pull everyone back. That core will explode. He needs to evacuate now.
Keep trying to save the city. Player, there's a strip mine nearby. I'll mark it for you.
The current ship has disappeared from radar.
From the makers. Tracking the Slayer for evac now.
The transdimensional barrier is offline. Demonic activity is surging. The Creed has requested an immediate report.
Return to the Sentinel barracks.
I did as you asked. Now please, let her soul be at peace.
And the heart of Argent
Is sealed in a chamber. I told you, I cannot open it. No one can.
Whew. 100% कंप्लीट है। एनीवे भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है एनीवे भाई, कैसे हैं मेरी जान? शील्ड रखो ना। शील्ड क्या शील्ड रखना है? अर्नब भाई वेलकम बैक। उसमें मुंह में क्या डाला उसने? वो एक न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर या बॉम्ब टाइप का है जो पूरे वो विलेज या सिटी को पूरा तबाह करने वाला था, तो वो वहां से हमने निकाला एंड फिर वो मैं नीचे फेंकने जा रहा था तो ये टाइटन आया मेरे को मारने। तो अब जब इसको मैं मार रहा था फिर साला मतलब होता है ना कि ये बॉम्ब के साथ तू भी मर, तो ये बॉम्ब उसके मुंह में रखा एंड उसको फेंक दिया उधर नीचे। तो वो ब्रो सैक्रिफाइस दिस बॉल्स, वो उसका बॉल्स नहीं है एनीवे भाई, इट्स अ बॉम्ब, इट वाज लाइक न्यूक्लियर टाइप बॉम्ब था वो। अर्नब भाई उसने उसके गोटे को उसके मुंह में डाल दिया। हाँ भाई आपके गोटे को डाला उसके मुंह में, आपके ही गोटे इतने बड़े हैं। सेंटिनल बैरक्स। चलो गेम तो है माइंड ब्लोइंग, माइंड बॉगलिंग।
A distress signal was sent. We've tried contacting them. No response.
I sealed it from him, but it is an artifact of immense power. Forgive me.
They're inside!
The Heart of Argent, discovered in AR-722. An artifact said to contain the soul of the last wraith. Powers and origin unknown.
Assemble the guard.
Bro, okay, bro, see, they were robots and the round bomb might be there. Think about it. मतलब रोबोट से बोल रहे हो फिर बॉल्स भी बोल रहे हो। Why will robots have balls? हैं? बॉल्स क्यों होगा? हमें बॉल्स चाहिए होता है किस लिए पता है आपको? बॉल्स क्यों क्या काम आता है? बॉल्स क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए काम नहीं आता है क्या? खेलने के लिए काम आता है? खेलने के लिए क्या 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 करने काम आता है? हम जो बॉल से करते हैं रोबोट क्यों करेगा वो? नाम में एनीमे, दिमाग में
Demons in the north wing.
अच्छा समझा क्या कर रहा है, समझा।
Valen, with the Slayer guarding the barracks, We'll take the airships. Rally at the priest signal.
Demons have entered the facility.
The polar throws hard of bones. Ooh, shards of bones, sorry. Wide arc. Ooh, bhai. That's
establish contact when we reach Eratum.
Commander Zero, the demonic presence around the priest signal is getting larger.
रुको. Execute a 3-hit melee combo 3 times. 3-hit melee combo. पूरी तेरी.
Occult energy detected. Occult energy detected.
Outside. There's a path through the tombs nearby.
अब ये कौन सा गन है? वो the impeller is a precision weapon that delivers items with a slow rate of fire. The rate spike Oh. कितना पैसा है? 122 है। मैंने ये कर दिया ना। अच्छा नहीं किया ये कर चुका हूँ ये। तो फिर शील्ड का करते ना फिर क्या? अच्छा इसके ऊपर रहने से हो रहा है ना तो कुछ ऐसा है क्या जो उसके ऊपर रखना पड़ेगा मुझे? बैठो भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? मैं बढ़िया हूँ यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो? बहुत दिनों बाद। कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया? अरे ये अच्छा, रुको इधर कुछ तो है। कुछ तो करना है। ये कौन सा गेम है? ग्राफिक्स एकदम मस्त है। ये डूम द डार्क एजेस कल ही लॉन्च हुआ है। बहुत सेक्सी गेम तो है। पहला जगह है इस गेम का जहाँ पे मेरे को अभी समझ नहीं आ रहा है करूँ कैसे, क्या करना है। ओके गॉट इट। थोड़ा समझ में आ रहा है क्या करना है। अच्छा मेरी जान।
This attack on the barracks is a diversion. My father will need help. Ensign, mobilize the Slayer's dragon. Marking the Slayer's HUD now.
जाओ कैसे अंदर? हट। मर गया मैं. Damn, by the way, nice shot on your PC, bro. Liked it. Nice shot. कौन सा वाला, bro? बोलना मत, मेरे को फिर से ये खेलना पड़ेगा. ओ यार.
This attack on the barracks is a diversion. My father will need help. Ensign, mobilize the Slayer's dragon. Marking the Slayer's hut now.
अरे मैं नीचे गिर गया।
Slayer is approaching the bridge to the Dragon's aviary.
ओ भाई means have gold armor which takes reduced damage from your weapons. Carrying health, such attacks will build up stun. भाई ये तो कुछ हेवी सा बॉस है बे।
Aviary unlocked. Clear the Slayer's launch pad.
Whoa! Hell of a fight. क्या फाइट था ब्रो, मजा के साथ साथ सजा भी आ गया भाई। The holy city of Aratum। खेलना है क्या ये? हैं? चलो अभी के लिए इतना ही रखते हैं इसको। वो भाई गेम तो है। ट्रिपल ए गेम्स, वो इशू था हैक्स का गाइस, अभी और क्रैश हो नहीं रहा है, वो हैक्स का इशू था। अपन हैक्स ऑन कर दिए तो अभी कुछ हो नहीं रहा है। हाँ। हम्म। हाँ, कोई है चैट में? सीओडी खेलते हैं साइड बाय साइड, अपन सारा गेम ना खत्म करेंगे, समझ रहे हो पूरा। सीओडी का भी ज़्यादा बचा नहीं है। क्या है वो, मॉडर्न वॉरफेयर 2 राइट। अरे वो पूरा कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी का वैसा ही रहता है। चलो वॉरफेयर 2 खत्म करने के बाद अपन वॉरफेयर 3 भी खेलेंगे, समझ रहे हो? तो पूरा ऐसे है कि जितने गेम्स ट्रिपल ए गेम्स है ना, सारा तुम्हारा भाई खेल लेगा, ऐसे खेलेंगे। मतलब रुकेंगे नहीं, पूरा खेलते रहेंगे खेलते रहेंगे खेलते रहेंगे, जब तक जीवन है तब तक खेलते रहेंगे, रुकेंगे नहीं। पैच वेटिंग फॉर नेटवर्किंग लिखा, देख रहा है ना? हेलो मेक्सिको भाई, ये वाला जो स्टेल्थ मिशन है ना ब्रो, क्रेजी क्रेजी स्टेल्थ मिशन है ब्रो ये। लाइक अभी तक का तो सबसे बेस्ट बोल सकते हो। क्रेजी। लेकिन मेरे को ना अभी गन लेना है, लेकिन मैं गन लूँ कहाँ से वही सोच रहा हूँ। इसको मारूँ कैसे? मारूं कैसे?
Roger, go ahead. Tell me you got something. All clear. Roger.
देखो मेरे पास क्या क्या है। प्रे टूल है, प्रे टूल से तो मार नहीं सकता।
Go. Good here.
Copy.
What the fuck? I'll go check. What'd you find?
Nah, we're secure.
How will I get a gun? रास्ते वस्ते में तो पड़ा नहीं होगा। ये ऐसे क्यों आ रहा है? नहीं मेरे को एक बात बताओ, आप पीछे ऐसे से आते हो क्या? ऐसे 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 पीछे आते हो? ऐसे से पीछे आते हो आप? साला चोमटिया नहीं तो। गन वन इधर नहीं मिलेगा क्या? ये डोर में मैं घुसा नहीं था, इधर घुस के देखते हैं। नहीं एक्चुअली घुसा था शायद से। Get a gun. From where should I get a gun? किधर से गन लूं बे? अबे यहाँ से तो मैं गया था भी। साला जहाँ से गया था वहीं आ रहा हूँ मैं। बेकल साला। ये सब हो चुका है, ये भी हो चुका है। अबे मेरे पास स्टेल्थ नाइफ है ना?
Area secure.
Killed the shadow.
Nice.
Took his gun.
Good work. Moving up in the world, Johnny. Choose your shots and targets wisely, Johnny. Guns make noise.
My kingdom for a suppressor.
Be smart with what you got. That's the trick.
Moving now.
Fuck!
Feeling weak, are ya?
Bit shaky, sir, yeah.
Graves tried to kill us. Would stand to reason if you were a little off. Find a stim, it'll give you a boost.
फिट गई भाई।
No visual on the target. Scored in that area. Copy that. Where the fuck are you? Roger, go ahead. Give me a sit rep. Secure. The hell? What do you got? No sign of him. Check that way. Copy. Motherfuckers.
जाऊं कैसे?
got you. Come on out.
भाई मैं 2 मिनट में आता हूँ, ठीक है गाइस? एक दोस्त बुला रहा है, आता हूँ मैं, ठीक है? 2 मिनट तो। I'm back. आवाज आ रही है? हाँ, चलो।
Seek and ye shall find.
भाई घोस्ट को मिलना है 300 मीटर दूर। आ रहा है, इसको निपटाता हूँ।
No sign of him. Cole, how's your ammo? Good here. What's their location? Check those corners. Where are they? No visual. They were here. Cordon off the area. Find them. Cole, secure that area. I'll take this way. Copy that.
भाई
I'm here. Report. All quiet. Copy that. Motherfuckers. No visual. Copy.
Will, how copy? Got anything? Do you read me? Cool. It's Will. He's radio silent. I need you to check it out.
Check your corners. Where the fuck are they? Got away. We're right here. Gordon, search the area. Sean,
Oof.
that way. I'll check over here. Roger that.
भाई सप्रेसर होता ना तो कब ठंग 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 करके 3 मार दिया।
No visual on the target. Copy that. Aye. Close. Roger, go ahead.
You got something?
Area secure.
Roger. Put them down.
What do you got? No sign of him! You're here somewhere, aren't you? Come on out! Gonna find you. Go. Got it. Got it. Copy. Keep sweeping. Where you fucking go? Where the fuck are you? Hi. Got anything? No visual. Check that way. Copy. What the hell was that?
How copy?
Go ahead.
What have you got?
दिमाग तो लगाया है। चलो ज़्यादा कुछ हंगामा हुआ नहीं.
You're here somewhere, aren't you?
Ghost.
All clear.
Appears to be.
Stay on guard and keep moving to the church.
Aye.
You receiving me? It's Cole. I can't reach him.
अच्छा ये तो डूम नहीं है, मैं डूम जैसे एच दबा रहा हूँ इधर. मल्टीपल गेम्स खेलने से चर्च किस तरफ उधर है. कैसे जाऊँ मैं उस तरफ? इधर तो ये डोर बंद है.
It's pissing it down out here.
Speak English.
Draining fucking hard.
Then say so.
I did.
Rain's good, it'll cover your tracks.
Covers theirs too.
Let's worry about you, Johnny.
So you do like me?
I like you alive.
Good morning, Mexico.
चलो nice. Now my health is regained. I can perform tasks better.
Oh shit. House fucking pals, look at this. Talk about some home defense. I can work with that.
Ah, nice.
Moving inside.
Check. Take what you need to keep them off you.
Aye. Sweet. do. Now we're in business. Ghost.
Soap.
Found a tripwire rigged to a shotgun. Disarmed it, took the gun.
Open hearts and minds with it, Johnny.
Huh? कौन है ब्रो? मेरी कान फट रही है.
Johnny, Graves is burning the midnight oil to find us. Why?
Graves is involved. No matter what, this is an unprecedented amount of fuckery. We need to get to the bottom of it.
Accurate and deadly fire tends to resolve these things. Right now, we're not safe here.
Right now, we're not safe anywhere, LT.
अरे इंडियन बच्चा.
That's handy. Son of the goddamn devil.
मेरी ना वो डोर खोलने में गांड फट रही है ब्रो. बहुत ज़्यादा गांड फट रही है. खोलूँ क्या? इसके ऊपर माउंट क्या कर दूं? चला मैं आया तो मर गया. इस पे भी अटैच हो गया शायद. वाह बेटा, मैं ही जीनियस हूँ.
I'm in the coffee shop.
Get us a tea.
Fucking Brits. You're gonna owe me for this.
Why?
We're fixing each other's problems.
What's my problem?
The mask. Take it off.
Show my face.
Yes, sir.
Negative.
Are you ugly?
Quite the opposite.
I doubt that.
क्या बनाऊं?
Lovely. Shit, locked. Gotta find the combo. That looks interesting.
है तो 40-10 होगा क्या? रुक तो 40 अच्छा नहीं 2020 10 अक्टूबर तो 10/10/20 हो सकता है 10/10/20 अरे यार शिट अनलॉक करना है 10 10/10/20 तो नहीं है 40/10/20 देखते हैं Ten, 20 ये कोड कहाँ मिलेगा भाई घर पे कहीं मिलेगा क्या
Good find.
लॉकर का क्या हो सकता है कॉम्बिनेशन बताओ तो गाइस अच्छा उल्टा होता है ना वहाँ पे नहीं उल्टा होने से भी 10-10 BC होगा तो क्या होगा ये एक और देखते हैं 10/20/20 देखते हैं 10/20/20 ना 40th अगर ये 40th है तो 1980 में मतलब 1980 में हुआ था शादी अगर ये एनिवर्सरी डेट के हिसाब से है तो अगर हम 10/10/80 किए 1980 पहले देखते हैं 1980 10/1980 नहीं था अभी 10/10/80 देखते हैं 10/10/80
Too easy. Oh, what have we here? Handheld 50 cal. You're coming with me. Ghost.
Soap.
Guess what I found?
More stopping power.
Check.
Your life expectancy just went way up.
Big brain day. बिग ब्रेन दिमाग चाहिए होता दिमाग। चलो अभी हम जाएंगे किधर से? अच्छा इधर सीढ़ी है, सीढ़ी पे बंद है तो।
You two, check out that warehouse.
Guy's got no gun, he won't get far.
He's 141, still dangerous. Go left, I'll clear the alley.
Roger, on it. You here? Not too late to...
Johnny, town's full of tunnels. One leads out across from the church. Be advised, the tunnel is flooded. Prepare for a cold swim.
Can't wait.
Gonna find you.
Where'd you fucking go?
Scott, how copy?
Roger, go ahead.
Hey, Rep.
Good here.
Copy. Secure the perimeter!
Where the fuck are you? Found him!
भाई शॉटगन मार रहे ब्रो। अबे मेरे को एक बात बताओ, मेरे में तो सप्रेसर लगा है तो ये धड़म धुड़म साउंड क्यों आया?
The tunnel is flooded. Prepare for a cold swim.
Can't wait.
Got something? What the fuck?
Rook, do you copy? Say Rep.
Holy hell.
He's done बोलता है। अच्छा
Lucas, how copy?
Got a KIA.
It's Lucas.
अच्छा पीछे भी आ गया। अभी ये पीछे से मार रहा है, सामने से मारना डरपोक सालो। अरे
Got something?
Still up, Roy?
So far, so good.
You get caught out there, they'll kill you slow.
Marks or the narcos?
Narcos? They'll take videos.
I'll give them your email so they know where to send them.
I won't watch them. More than once, anyway.
Sick bastard.
No sign of him! You're hiding. I know you're close.
5 जन को मार सकता हूँ मैं. ठीक है.
Got a man down. It's Scott.
Secure the perimeter. Sound off if you find something. All shadows, perimeter may be compromised. Stand fast.
Any visual? No visual on the target. Clear that area! Roger that.
We got a casualty.
अरे यार डोर भी खोल रहे हैं, ये भी खोल रहे हैं, वो भी खोल रहे हैं. छोटिया देखो.
Find cover! He's got a shotgun! Copy that. No sign of him. They're reloading.
अरे रीलोड आ गया ब्रो.
Copy that. No sign of him.
Covering you! He's done! Get you some!
Copy that. No sign of him. Come.
हाँ, यहाँ पे वो हो रहा है और मैं यहाँ पे ये खोल रहा हूँ. मारो भाई, मारो मेरे को.
You're hiding. I know you're close.
कहाँ जाना है?
Found some oil.
Oil, ball, and some rope for a wick. Time for a cocktail.
LT, I'm at the bar.
You like tequila?
No, tastes like dog piss.
I'll take your word for it.
Got a tactical use for dog piss?
Wolf hunting. They follow the scent.
Do you hunt with a mask on?
Naturally. The camo version.
I bet you sleep with that thing.
Soundly.
You're out of your mind, LT.
That's for sure.
Don't mind if I do.
क्या ये मेटल है ना?
That's a keeper.
No visual on the target.
टनल किधर है ब्रो? I don't see any tunnels here. अच्छा मैं तो ये उधर ही घूम कर आ गया ब्रो, इधर से तो आया था मैं। ना किधर से जाऊं फिर? लेफ्ट से जाना पड़ेगा ना?
Motherfuckers.
Clear here. Copy.
Find anything?
No status.
Check that way. Copy that.
बस टनल ये है, लाल बत्ती जल रहा है।
You're here somewhere, aren't you? Got a visual? No visual. Secure that area. Copy. Come on now, visual! They're right here! Open it up! He's done!
हिल गया ना?
That's a keeper.
What I'll do is
Got nothing.
Who's this?
कौन देखा कहाँ देखा
No sign of him.
The hell was that?
What's your status?
ऊपर एक गया है ना नीचे आएगा तो इसको मारूंगा वो आ गया क्या नीचे
Mike, you good? Good to go. Check those cool. What's the location?
I'll check over here.
Mike, how copy?
standing, Johnny?
Think I'm clear.
Good. Stay sharp and meet me at the church. Soap, you making progress?
Aye, getting there.
2 goldfish are in a tank.
Go on.
One turns to the other and says, "You know how to drive this thing." Little army humor?
Very little.
Another?
Why not?
Why don't blind guys skydive?
Tell me.
Scares the shit out of their dogs. We could do this all night.
That's what I'm afraid of. Lovely. Ghost.
Talk to me, Johnny.
I found the tunnel.
The church plaza is on the other end of the tunnel. Push through. You're nearly here.
Ghost, I got shadows wearing body armor.
You'll have to get in close and find the gaps.
Rog. That's handy.
Moving now!
All clear.
एक से नहीं दिख रहा है क्या? एक सेकंड. क्या हो गया? रुको। भाई ये मेरा वीडियो एनकोडर एनवेंक में कैसे आ गया? चेंज करना पड़ेगा। चलो कोई ना, अपन चलते हैं गाइस। चलते हैं गाइस, ठीक है। अपन कल फिर से खेलेंगे। अभी मेरा मैं देखा, अभी मेरा ओबीएस का वीडियो एनकोडर सेटिंग्स है ना, अभी मेरे को आया नोटिफिकेशन की और एनकोडर इज़ ओवरलोडेड। तो मैं चेक किया तो मैंने जो रखा था वो नहीं है, पता नहीं कैसे चेंज हुआ है, या अपडेट करने के बाद ऑटोमेटिक रीसेट हो गया है। तो वो एनवीडिया एनवेंक में चले गया है H.264, जो कि मैं यूज़ नहीं करता। ठीक है, मैं इसको देखता हूँ, इसको बदलता हूँ। एंड ठीक है, फिर अपन कल स्ट्रीम करेंगे। ओके, वैसे भी आज कितने घंटे की स्ट्रीम होगी? 6 घंटे की स्ट्रीम हो चुकी है। चलो बढ़िया है, अभी एक वीडियो रेडी करके वीडियो अपलोड करेंगे, समझ रहे हो? 2 वीडियो ऑन बोर्ड है, लाइक आज और कल में अपलोड हो जाएंगी। अभी रेगुलर वीडियोस आ जाएंगी, गेम प्ले वीडियोज़ हैं, उनमें से एक अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो है, फिर हाईलाइट वीडियो भी है। तो अभी गेम प्ले वीडियोज़ तो रेगुलर आएंगी, ठीक है। आज कल परसों, फिर आज तो नहीं, मतलब आज वाला कल डालूंगा, परसों, फिर उसके बाद वाले दिन, उसके बाद वाले दिन, तो ऐसे चलेगा। मतलब बेसिकली 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, इसमें तो पूरा प्लान्ड है कि ये डालने हैं। लेट्स सी, ठीक है। तो चलते हैं, आज के लिए इतना ही गाइस। थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन। प्यार और सपोर्ट दिखाने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया यार, दिल से शुक्रिया। ऐसे ही प्यार दिखाते रहो। आज मैंने देखा है कि स्टोरी मोड गेम्स में लोग थे, देख रहे थे, अच्छा लगा। एंड हम ऐसा नहीं कि डिफरेंट डिफरेंट स्टोरी मोड गेम्स खेलेंगे, और अभी तो बस शुरुआत हुआ है। फ्यूचर में क्या क्या आने वाला आपको बस आइडिया नहीं है, आप बस सपोर्ट करते जाओ भाई। ट्रस्ट मी, इट्स गोना बी वर्थ इट, ठीक है। चलो, थैंक यू, बाय बाय गाइस। आज के लिए इतना ही। एज ऑलवेज यू गाइस आर ऑलवेज ओपी, यू नो द ड्रिल। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब। चैनल पर अभी भी नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब कर लेना, सब्सक्राइब कर चुके हो तो शेयर भी कर लेना। हम मिलेंगे आपसे अगली स्ट्रीम पे, जो कि होगा कल। जी हाँ, कल 3 बजे वापस से हम आ जाएंगे VCSA 2025 की वॉच पार्टी के साथ। कल है रेवेनेंट और एक्सो का मैच, उसके बाद SA12 वर्सेस .exe का मैच। तो बहुत ही तगड़े मैचेस हैं, आ जाइएगा। एंड आज के लिए इतना ही, और अपने 5 मेजर रूल्स कभी मत भूलना गाइस। अपना ख्याल रखो, अपने पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखो, अच्छे काम करते रहो, पानी पीते रहो, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट गेम्स खेलते रहो, बिकॉज गेम्स आर द इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ। सो इसी के साथ हम आज की स्ट्रीम में ही पे एंड करते हैं गाइस। उम्मीद है को पसंद आया होगा, अगर नहीं पसंद आया तो कल 3 बजे हमारे चैनल पर आ जाइएगा। हम आपको एंटरटेन करने की पूरी तरीके से कोशिश करेंगे। तब तक के लिए बाय गाइस, लव यू, टेक केयर।